Wake up 52. Wake up 52.
Suicide, motherfuckers.
Shots to dome.
We're all in.
Fuck it up.
Do it again. Ooh, yeah.
Tonight, I know this is last minute, but I appreciate you guys. Let me reach the pound very fast. David John, Shout out to you, David Donner, John Irvington. Shout out to you, and welcome. Right now. Tuesdays at the Pound. Welcome. Shadow Bump is here as well. Shadow Bump, shout out to you. Plain Simple Truth, welcome, sir. Can you guys, it's my guys. How do I sound? Should have started. Oh Lord. Hold on, let me try this.
How about
Look at our brother. You still, but I got a couple of guns on there too. So give me a second, y'all. For, Jay Bird, Mr. Jay Bird sent me some real nice stuff. What's that old school? Yeah, old school out this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
all right? How about this one? All right, how it sound now, y'all?
No. Sure, this bitch is on. Mhm. How about now? Are we solid? We good? You have two streams and chats playing simultaneously. Well, hold on. This is the thing with YouTube. YouTube is going to all right. So here's the thing, y'all. Okay, better, cool. Now I have two chats going. I do understand that. YouTube is saying vertical and horizontal at the same time. What is it that you guys prefer? Vertical or horizontal? One for vertical, okay, because it's up and down. Two for horizontal. Which do you prefer? Please let me know in the chat. Two for horizontal. Of course, Greg. Good to see you, Greg. Greg in Colorado. Greg B. Good to see you, man. Two. Okay. Two. Oh, two. Oh, god damn. Everybody said okay. Oh shit. Horizontal. Okay. Two. Oh, god damn. Horizontal. Vertical. We got one. Hey man. Hey David. David Irvington. Hey man. Two is sideways. Two is like this. One is like this. Horizontal. Vertical. Did I say one is vertical? Wait, do you mean vertical? Did I say one? Okay, one is vertical. All right. Two is horizontal. Just in case either I mess it up or you misinterpreted what I said. Okay, so we have apparently you guys are seeing two different streams at the same time. I just want to make sure that I give you guys what it is you want, and then I'm going to keep it at that, and I'm going to get rid of the distraction. You came in on this as one. So, okay, David McDonough, check this out. If you could get it to two, I would really appreciate that. But I don't think it gets affected much if I go in horizontal mode. You understand what I'm saying? Landscape. Yes, right. The landscape. It's the sideways one. Flat Earth Outlaw. Good to see you, man. See you, Harmon. It was on the other one and it sucked. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I guess number two. Number two, yes. Okay. We'll go to number two. Number two is horizontal. Number two is what you mentioned, panoramic view. So we'll go to that. If you're on YouTube. Hold on. Let's just make sure everything is solid first. Give me 1 second, family. Lord have mercy, man. They just make these things. Show vertical. No. No. I don't want that. No. Show vertical. New layout. No. Layouts. Why would you do that? Why would you give me two? Why would you do that? Okay, that sounds terrible. Okay. I'm okay. Well, everything looks normal. Everything looks normal. So I guess we'll rock with it right now. If we're solid, then we're good. If we're good, then we're good. Okay. Well, family, let me continue to greet everybody. Chi-Town Cubby Bear, good to see you, man. It's been a while. Welcome. It's good to have you back. Greg in Colorado, good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Flat Bob, good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Flat Earth Outlaw Harmon, good to see you, man. What's up? Good to see you. John, J.R. Hartley, welcome, sir. Good to see you, man. Been a while. Warrior coming out to play with us today. One of my day zeros. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Sugary Nose. Good to see you, family. All right, all right. David W5X9S. Good to see you, David. Good to see you. It might be new. Actually, you might be a Glober coming in here to cause trouble. Just listen. You don't have to cause no trouble, please. Okay. If you are a Glober, assuming you are a Glober, just peace, peace. We come here for peace. Okay. All right. Plain and simple truth. Good to see you, sir. Plain and simple truth. It's been a minute. Been a minute. All right. All right. Who else we got? Plain and simple truth. Shannon Emerson. Hey, my sister from another mister. Good to see you, sis. Amazing. We miss our sister Shannon Emerson over here. Good to see you, Shannon E. Shannon E. Welcome, welcome. All right. Okay. So, Dirty Ketchup, good to see you, sir. I didn't forget you. No, I did not. All right. Now that we got everything in order, so far, so good. Dr. Bass Ackwards, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Downward Direction, welcome, sir. Good to see you as well. Good to see you. All right. Flat Bob, Downward Direction. Greg in Colorado. Chi-Town Cubby. Manuel Smith, good to see you. Good. No Fleet Tech. No, man. No. Good to see you, though, Manuel. Welcome, sir. All right. Okay, now we're here. Welcome. Shout out to everybody for being here. Thank you for joining us again at the last second. And that's what I had said earlier. I figured I'd clear that up now, just so you guys understood what it was I said earlier. And we're solid now. We're solid now. You guys can see me. You guys can hear me, which is more important. And I sound a little bit more clear. So, all right. Welcome, guys. Welcome. First and foremost, I wanted to say my condolences and shout out. Of course, you guys had seen the thumbnail. It is about a Viola Fletcher, Viola Ford Fletcher, right? She is the survivor of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Now, many of you might not know what that was. That was they call it a race riot, but it was in fact a race massacre that went down in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. This is after a bunch of brothers came back from actually 1921 and 1919 were two real bad years for the United States when it came to race relations, right? And a lot of Black folks lost their lives during that time, a lot of them. And for those, and that was 104 years. Yeah, right. It was 104 years ago because it took place. I think it was May 30th, 1921, if I'm not mistaken. But it took a few days. It was like between May 30th and June 3rd, something along those lines. I have to check back and forgive me for that. Nonetheless, it's something that happened. And it's not just that it happened, but people actually lived through that time in American history. Now, here's the thing I want you to understand is that what's important is what I just said, right? It isn't a thing that happened in Black history. This is our history as Americans, right? You're an American, I'm an American. If you're not an American and you've never heard of the Tulsa Race Massacre, then maybe just take a chill pill, sit back, and listen for a little bit. So, without further ado, I'm not going to talk too much about it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow everybody to see a video of Ms. Fletcher in action before Congress discussing the time that she survived, the moment that she survived this Tulsa race massacre. So without further ado, let me go ahead and give Ms. Fletcher her screen time. Oh, where we at? There we go. Here it is right there. I hope you guys can hear it. Get this shit out the way.
My name is that okay. My name is Viola Ford Fletcher.
Can y'all hear that?
I'm the daughter of Lucinda Ellis and John Wesley Ford of Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm the sister of Hughes Van Ellis, who is also here today. I'm a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre. 2 weeks ago, I celebrated my 107th birthday.
So just in case y'all don't know, that that right there where you're seeing Mrs. Fletcher, that took place back in 2021. So that was the 100-year anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. So let's continue.
Today, I'm visiting Washington, D.C. for the first time in my life. I'm here seeking justice, and I'm asking my country to acknowledge what happened in Tulsa in 1921. On May 31st in 21, I went to bed in my family's home in Greenwood, neighbors of Tulsa. The neighborhood I felt asleep in that night was rich, not just in terms of wealth, but in culture, community, heritage, and my family had a beautiful home. We had great neighbors, and I had friends to play with. I felt safe. I had everything a child could need. I had a bright future ahead of me. Greenwood could, Still, Greenwood should have given me the chance to truly make it in this country. Within a few hours, all of that was gone. The night of the massacre, I was awakened by my family. My parents and 5 siblings were there. I was told we had to leave, and that was it. I will never forget the violence of the white mob when we left our home. I still see Black men being shot, Black bodies lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I still see Black businesses being burned. I still hear airplanes flying overhead. I hear the screams. I have lived through the massacre every day. Our country may forget this history, but I cannot. I will not. And other survivors do not. And our descendants do not. When my family was forced to leave Tulsa, I lost my chance of an education. I never finished school past the 4th grade. I have never made much money in my country. State and city took a lot from me. Despite this, I spent time supporting the war effort in the shipyards of California. But most of my life, I was a domestic worker serving white families. I never made much money, but to this day, I can barely afford my everyday needs. All the while, the city of this Tulsa have unjustly used the names and stories of victims like me to enrich myself and its white allies through the 30s million raised by the Tulsa Centennial Commissioner while I was continued to live in poverty. I am a 107-year-old and have never seen justice. I pray that one day I will. I have been blessed with a long life and have seen the best and the worst of this country. I think about the terror, horror inflicted upon Black people in this country every day. This subcontinuum committee has the power to lead us down a better path. I'm asking that my country acknowledge what has been happened to me, the traumas and the pain, the loss, and I ask survivors and descendants to be given a chance to seek justice, open the door. All of you know how easy it is to deny that a violent mob threatened your lives and took your property. For 70 years, the city of Tulsa and its stream of commerce told us that the massacre didn't happen, like we didn't see it with our own eyes. You have me here right now. You see Mother Randall, you see my brother Hughes Van Ellis. We live this history and we can't ignore it. It's our lives with us.
Just in case y'all don't know, her brother's name is Hughes Van Ellis, and Hughes, he lived a long time too. I believe he died a couple of years back. I'm not sure exactly when, but she was, as far as I know, she was a sole survivor. But let's continue.
Oh my goodness. We lost everything that day, our homes, our churches, our newspapers, our theaters, our lives. Greenwood represented all the best of what was possible for Black people in America and for all the people. No one cared about us for almost 100 years. We and our history have been forgotten, washed away. This Congress must recognize us and our history. For Black America, for the white Americans, and for all Americans, that's some justice. Guess this is it. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything else?
So that right there, that's her brother right there. This brother right here, Hughes Van Ellis. That's her brother. He was in the Army at one time, and that's him right there. He's no longer with us either, and apparently today neither is she. So that's it. That's the video. Let's get back to us real quick. So that right there is it for that video. What I wanted to talk about was rest in power, Mrs. Fletcher. This is a crazy, crazy world we live in. We live in a strange and crazy world. Now, I wasn't alive then. Nobody here was alive then. I've got family that's old, but not that old. My dad is 88 years old. You know what I'm saying? He was born like 16 years later, 1937. My dad was born, right? And he's pretty sound of mind, kind of. At her age, at 107 years old, she was 107 years old during that video, and she was so sound of mind, and just she was still able to read that stuff. You saw how big the print was. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's absolutely remarkable. So it's crazy, man, because it goes to show you, man, that if somebody doesn't relay to you the history, you won't know. You'll never know. We'll never know. There's so much that we take for granted, I feel, with the people that have come and the people that have gone. And then once they're gone, we're never going to have their story. We're never going to have the story. So it's just so strange, man. It's just so strange that this country would, and I'm not saying that the people would, but you have people that are in a position to take our history and just hide it from you. So this, to me, is an opportunity to come out and just have us be aware. You know what I'm saying? Just have us understand that these things are possible. And so when you see something that you don't understand that's out there and it looks strange to you in this world that we live in, and it looks old as shit, question it, right? Don't just take, well, this guy said that, that's what it is. She said that, this is what it is. Just question it. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, shout out to Mrs. Fletcher and her family. My condolences. Man, just looking at her kind of reminds me of my grandmother, and I miss my grandmother every day. Love my grandmother. I lost my grandmother in 2015, and she was like 96 years old. You know what I'm saying? My grandma was old. So to see a woman like this living through something like that, it just makes me wonder, like, golly, man, the world was just, it was a certain way back then. It was a certain way. And again, like, we could never know. You know, the first time I learned about the Tulsa, Oklahoma race riots, I think it was around like 2015, 2016, something like that, right? And like, when I learned about it, I wasn't really shocked. But at the same time, I said to myself, wow, if I'm just, and I like to consider myself somebody that knows a few things. Not that I know everything, but I know more than no. I'm socially aware. I'd like to say I'm socially aware. Let's put it like that. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm smart. Not going to sit here and say I know more than this person or know more than that person. I don't, especially if I didn't live through something. From what I've been educated, right? What I've been told, this is what I know for the most part. Okay. And so when I learned about the Tulsa Race Massacre, it was like, golly, wow. If I'm just learning this stuff now, me knowing me, right? And my thing is, I like to learn. I can imagine how many more people, it doesn't matter whether they're black or white, how many more people don't know that something like this would have taken place in the United States, or would have taken place, period, right? Doesn't matter where it is. And so I started learning a little bit more about it and more about it. But in my mind, this took place in 1921. And I was like, ain't nobody alive now. Even though my grandmother was born in, at that time, yeah, she was born in, actually, yeah, my grandmother was born in 21. That's what's crazy. So my grandmother was born then. God rest her soul. Love my grandma. Miss my grandma. And yeah, like, I didn't consider anybody would still be alive from that Tulsa race massacre. All in all, to say, shout out to her, rest in power, understand that this isn't just them, right? Back in 1921. This isn't just people, and then so on and so forth. You got to realize, please, I want us to understand, and there are other things that I'm going to bring up so it makes a little bit more sense, right? I want us all to understand, black and white as well, that somebody, I don't know who, I'm not familiar with who. Of course, we could blame Donald Trump. We could blame the Republic. You could blame as many people as you want. Somebody is trying to erase what's going on. As it happens, somebody's removing that. Why is that important? Well, a lot of people, I realize, don't like reading. People don't like to read. It's no strike on people. It's just that it's not as easy as watching or listening to something. That much I know. I've seen it. It used to be me a long time back, right? I didn't like to read as much, but now it's like I love reading. So it's easier to now make everything, most things, digital. And when you do put things in a digital format, as fast as you make it is as easy as you can get rid of it. So when you've seen the government, I'm not even going to say the Republican Party or this one or that one. When you see these people at the top come out and use words like woke this, oh, you woke that, you woke this. Let me tell you something. Yes, we are woke. We are awake. Us in the foundry, we're awake. A lot of times they like to make the word woke synonymous with being black or thinking like black people, right? That's what they like to do. They've turned woke. They've taken that word and they've twisted it up, because black folks, oftentimes when we say you're woke, it means you're aware. You understand, or you're beginning to come into seeing what this world is actually trying to do to us. You understand? And that's a good thing. You should be blessed. You should feel happy that you're beginning to awaken and you're not being fooled by liars. You understand? That should make you feel good. The government has turned it into something to where you should feel ashamed to be woke. You shouldn't feel ashamed. And so now they attach woke to, so because we want to get rid of this woke ideology, we need to get rid of certain things taking place in history. And listen, we have the Hours app, right? That we're working on. And shout out to you guys that have donated to the Hours app. Specifically, is thank you, Tarita. Thank you, sis. I really love and appreciate you. Thank you, Tarita. Thank you. And Sue, thank you as well. Thank you so much for donating to the Hours app, and everybody else that has been donating. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can continue to donate to the Hours app, but we're not talking about the Hours app now. This is why we have the Hours app. We do understand that there is a certain portions of history that were not being given to the right way. That period, we're not being told the truth about it. That's it. Stop. All stop. Okay. And so it's not that we're trying to buck the system. That's not it at all. We're just tired of being lied to. The Tulsa race massacre is a perfect example of us being deceived. What do I mean by that? Yes, we got the news from a woman being told, telling us as to what happened. She was a survivor of it, right? And I'm sure there were other people out there that survived it, that told it in their own way. But who listened to it? You don't have World News Tonight, ABC, Channel 7, CBS, UPN 9, so on and so forth. You don't have these guys listening to their story to divulge it to the rest of the world. So it's them having to do the legwork to go out and have to relay this information to everybody else. Like not everybody got it. See, and this is one thing I know. When it comes to American history, especially shit that happens to Black people, a lot of white people are never going to know about it. So when we say certain things, it's going to fall on deaf ears because you're like, I ain't never heard of that shit. Never fucking happened. I never even heard of it. Right? They're never going to teach you these things that occur in the United States to American citizens. All right. Another thing is it's gotten to a point to where we're so divided that even as, and it's not our fault that we're divided. It's not our fault as Black folks that this country is divided. I hate to have to put it to you, but I'm going to give it to you truthfully. Okay. It isn't our fault. We never wanted to be divided from this country. We fought in every fucking war. We've voted. We fought for all the fucking rights, not just for us, but for these foreigners that come here as well. And they enjoy this country with us and everyone else here. Shout out to the foreigners that are here, right? But we've never been. We just haven't, right? It hasn't been equal, and it hasn't been fair. You don't have to agree with me. I'm not looking for you to agree with me. I'm just giving you the truth. That's it. Okay. Sure. Are there some people that don't live like, if that's not you, I'm not talking about you, but there is a system in place. And the problem with the system in place is that it puts us against each other. Right. It puts certain people as a perpetual victim. And then it puts those that are not the perpetual victim in a place of comfort, to where you don't hear the cries of the people that are being pressed. Okay. Now, this is not, okay, I'm getting to a point. This is not to make anybody feel guilty or, bad enough. No, it's not at all what I'm here to say. No, not at all what I'm here to try and jig up. Right. I'm saying this because what I've noticed with this government is that they will put us against each other. They'll have a group of people, mostly us, right, in a certain position to where everybody's against that individual. Everybody is. And again, if that's not you, that's not you. But as a whole, they designed the system that way until things get to a point to where now the government needs to turn the government themselves against everybody else. And what I'm talking about is how we're living now, what we're seeing now, right? And what I'm basically saying is that everybody's uncomfortable. Black people are uncomfortable. White people are uncomfortable. This government shutdown happened. Guess what? It happened to everybody. Okay? All this shit happened to everybody. But you want to know something? Black people were sitting there like, yeah, this all normal. This is all normal for us. See, what I'm saying is this. We know exactly what it felt like. We know exactly what that feels like. That like shit like that is just like another drop in the bucket to us. But to a lot of people that have never experienced the system turning on them, they didn't know what to do. It was as if the rug was pulled underneath you, right? And so that is a perfect example of what happens if you don't know what your history has done in the past. If you don't know what these people have been about in the past, it's going to be hard to deal in the future. Okay. So Mrs. Viola Davis, God rest her soul, and shout out to her and her family and everything she had to live through. Because, like, anytime I hear the Oklahoma race massacres, like I can imagine. But the thing is if you don't live through something like that, you don't know. You don't know. And it doesn't matter what color you are. If you ain't never lived through that before, it's hard to imagine. My parents, even, they've never lived through that right there. So even they, I would imagine, would find it difficult to imagine living through something like that. You understand? So when these things happen, know that if the government is trying to get rid of it, not only are they trying to get rid of the history that Black folks have gone through, Black folks have dealt with, right? They are getting rid of American history, not just American, but world history. And why is this a big deal? Why is this a big deal? Well, you see what we're dealing with now, right? Especially with the Jared Boosters, the My Lunch Breaks, the Lucius Aurelians, right? We could go down a whole litany, the Shawnee Bees. We got a whole litany of people that are trying to piece together our history, trying to piece together what we've lived through as human beings here in America, at least in America. The best is in America, or the best to us is in America, right? And it's hard. It's hard and it's frustrating. Now, this is what many Americans feel. A lot of white folks are starting to feel it. Let me tell you something. A lot of Black folks, yeah, we know what we've dealt with, but nobody else knows much of our story. A lot of the things now, granted, my parents are from Haiti. Okay. They came here in the 50s. All right. And so my perspective on a lot of these things that took place in the United States is a little bit different as opposed to a Black American person that has lineage upon lineage, hundreds upon hundreds of years, being probably thousands of years, right? Because now we're starting to learn that a lot of foundational American people that are here were here. They were already here. They were already here. They just got fucked with, and whatever happened is what happened, right? The history is all fucked up. It's all fucked up. And now the administration and the powers that be are doing the same thing. And they're basically giving it a name. They're saying this is too woke. That is too woke. Basically, what they're saying is that has Black in it. So because it has Black in it, you want to keep that out of your school. You don't want your kids to learn about that. Let me tell you something. You want your kids to learn about it. You don't not want your kids to not learn about what this country has been through, what this country has done, what this country is covering up. Listen, the same people that are telling you that you shouldn't learn about this, you shouldn't learn about that, are the same people that are out there fucking kids, raping kids, cutting up people, selling their body parts in the goddamn chop shop. Those are those same motherfuckers. They're the same people telling you that this 3-eye atlas has aliens on it. Meanwhile, they're cutting up kids, raping kids, selling your body parts in the goddamn chop shop. They're the same ones telling you that, no, you don't have to pay attention to this fucking history. Listen, it's not me being a conspiracy theorist. You can see this stuff real time. You understand? You can see all of that take place as it happens. So I'm not trying to sit here and hide anything from anybody, or say this person's bad, this person is good. No, I'm giving you the facts. Okay. Um, folks don't, yes, is this a flat earth centric channel? I would like to say we talk about everything. I would like to say, but we spend a lot of time talking about the flat earth. And exactly, dirty ketchup. History should never be a mystery. It shouldn't have to be a mystery. And we should have this information, good or bad, America, warts and all, because we're not a perfect nation. There's not a perfect person in this chat. There is not a perfect person giving you this news right now, this information right now. Yeah, I'm not perfect, right? We just have to be able to, and I know it sounds corny, but we just have to be able to live with the shit that we did, right? Ask for forgiveness, learn to be a better person for the next group of people that you do your best to not, that you do your best to not fuck over or to displease, right? Find the right people that belong with you, that vibe with you. So then we can minimize the bullshit happening. Okay? Um, I didn't make this place the way it is, but the America that is the America that we got. But we can make it better. You understand? America can be better. It could be a lot better. It just takes people willing to stand up and do something about it. That sounds corny as fuck. I trust me. I know it sounds corny. But like anything else, if you want something, you have to be that thing that you want. You have to emulate that thing that you want. You have to fuck with and vibe with the people that are looking for, you have to shine bright enough so that your sunshine makes that person next to you want what it is you want, right? Or you can open up their eyes to see that what it is that you want is something worth having. Not that we want to be greedy or nothing like that. That's not what I'm trying to say. No. I know it sounds cliche, it sounds corny, but really that's what it boils down to. And so, yes, this is about Viola Davis, but this is also a cautionary tale, because here's Mrs. Davis. She just died, right? Lived a long life, a long life. And what was her American dream, right? Through the eyes of a woman, 111 years old, not one bit of justice, right? This took place in 1921. Not one bit of justice. Do we think that things have changed? Do we think that things have gotten better? Do we think that now, like, yeah, no, this isn't, JJ, this isn't a crisis actor thing, man. Like this, we could go on and on as to what happened here in this country with black folks and the history between the US government and black people. I'm not trying to make it about that. I need for you to understand. I need for you to understand that while it happens to black people, it's going to happen to everybody else if it hadn't already. That's what I need for you to understand. I'm not trying to make this into a race thing. No, but the fact is that it happened to many of us and our lineage first. Like we there listen, I'm sure there are people out. I know there was a homegirl of mine. I'm not even going to say her name. Real cute girl. She was left-handed. When I was at ONI, I was stationed at ONI for a couple of months, and her family had lived through the Tulsa race riots, and I learned from her perspective what her family had lived through. And actually, she was from Oklahoma. She was actually from Oklahoma. She was black, and so her family, they lived through the Oklahoma race riots. And I learned more. I was like, holy shit! Like I couldn't even believe that I'm meeting somebody that whose family actually went through that. And like just I knew this girl, loved this girl. I'm still cool with her. I keep in touch with her to this day. And just seeing her interactions with certain people, like I look at it and I'm like, I get it. I understand, because you got to see how somebody like that, the information that they could have taken away from their family that went through some shit that none of us could even imagine. I'm, you know, and you want to know something? Listen, for all y'all that say, hey, man, people could fake it, this, and that, listen, man. You, for all the people in here, look, nobody's in here looking for sympathy, right? I'm trying to get y'all to understand what they could do with the history. I'm trying to get y'all to understand what these people, y'all have seen. People have seen what's happened with us. We don't act that shit out. Like it's not a joke when it comes to us. We don't do like that crisis actor shit. Like, come on, JJ, come on, man. You think we gonna do that? Like, really, bruh? You think black people? You think we got time for some crisis acting? Really? Like, come on, bro. Be real, man. Like, come on, man. We ain't got time for that. Nobody got time for that. And so just take a look, because here's the thing that I think a lot of us know is that if it happens to black folks, it's only a matter of time before it happens to everybody else. And if you've seen that they've gotten rid of the past, or they fucked with the past to where now you got the people again, like the Shawnee B's, the Lucius Aurelians, and everybody else starting to dig it up and figure it out. It's happening as we speak right now. It's no different. It's no different. So look, you don't have to. And look, y'all could give me 1,000 downvotes. I'm not here for likes, dislikes. I'm just here to tell y'all the truth. We don't do that. Like for y'all folks, for you people that know we don't do that, that know us like that, you know we don't bullshit like that. You know we don't fucking bullshit like that. Good. Yep. My channel's got 113,000 dislikes. Yep. So we know that there are people out there that will sit there and they will lie. They will sit there, they will get people to come on your motherfucking channel and do this bullshit. It is what it is. I'm not here for a popularity contest. I'm just here to give you the truth. We're making the Hours app specifically to figure out these pieces of history. And now we've got somebody that lived through some crazy stuff, some crazy history from 105 years ago, 104 years ago, excuse me. She's no longer with us. She's not here to give us her story. She's not here to tell us how I mean, she told us, yeah, the smoke, you know, the newspapers, all that stuff, and the death, the bodies going down. She was here to tell us from her perspective at that time. But can you imagine what somebody in your face telling you, like, oh yeah, and this happened, I couldn't believe it. My neighbor that I used to walk his dog, and then I just saw him get his head blown off. You understand? So having this happen, when it happened, I could understand if you don't understand, right? I could see a lot of black folks that don't understand too. But these are the things that go down in America, man. And then they try to wipe out. They try to get rid of it. And the thing is, they try to have us buy into getting rid of it. And let me tell you something. It's easy, especially if you're not black. It is so easy for you to buy in to that bullshit and just be like, yeah, we don't have to teach that to our kids. Let me tell you something. You are contributing to the history being disappeared. You're contributing to that. And look, man, look, don't think that I'm trying to say nice things so I could have people be on my side, so I could make y'all feel a certain way. Because no, I'm never going to do that. And for all you guys that have given to the app, thank you, man. I appreciate y'all. But my thing is not to give you guys lies. My thing is not to blow smoke up your ass. Race don't, no, Flat Bob, race has a lot to do with it. But here's the thing. We don't make it about, black folks don't make it about race until it affects something. You understand? Happened to the natives. They were mercilessly. Yeah. So what we're learning, Flat Bob, is that a lot of your natives were black. A lot of your Seminoles, right? Your Creek, they were black people. right? And so basically, it seems as if the government just took anything mad melanated, right, and just threw it all in one basket and did what they did with them. Like there are a lot of black folks that you could go around here to that are like founded here within the continental United States. And I'm not talking about the Americas like in Haiti or, South America or nothing like that. But here in the United States, they will tell you that they have lineage from, Blackfoot, Cherokee, Seminole, so on and so forth. Like I grew up with so many of them that they're like, oh yeah, my great 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 grandmother is such and such. My great 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 grandfather is such and such. And this is the crazy thing is that we're starting to learn about this. And you want to know something, man? Listen, guys, I always lose viewers. I always lose subs. And my thing is I'm fine with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. My thing is to be honest with y'all and to give it to y'all real and to give it to y'all true. Like you're seeing it right now. History is systematically being erased. And basically what I'm saying is they're starting with us again. They're starting with black people. No. Flat Bob. You got to see Flat Bob. You come on up. Come on up. We'll talk. Come on up. We'll talk, Flat Bob. Come on up. Come on up. Okay, come on up. Oh, no. Eldon Bean, man, I appreciate you, fam. Nobody likes to hear that. Nobody does. Nobody wants to talk about it. But the thing is in order to get over it, it needs to be discussed and it needs to be fixed. You understand what I'm saying? Look, I don't get paid for this. I get nothing for this. My parents are, we're not, listen, at the end of the day, yes, am I black? Yes. Do I get the black experience? Yes. My parents are not even from here, but I understand. You just need to understand. And this is why I equate the black experience to flat earthers. A lot of what flat earthers deal with, I'm not saying everything, but a lot of what flat earthers deal with it mirrors a lot of what black folks have dealt with. I'm not saying everything, don't get me wrong, but it looks the same. And this is why we can speak about it, especially a black person, from a perspective in which we can. And it just makes so much sense. Flat Bob, I got you, homie. Okay. It just giving you a chance. Not a problem. No. Now listen, I would look. I would love to say that we're all one because yeah, are we all one? Of course, right? Because at the end of the day, you're in a foxhole, you in the dugout, and you're fucking getting attacked. You ain't got no choice but to be one. But for all intents and purposes, so we know who we're talking about. Like yes, we're gonna have to split it up. But know this, you must know, you have to know that they start with us first. JJ, what's up? Is that you?
That is me, brother.
Good to see you, man.
You as well.
Yeah. So it's not anything that people want to talk about, but at the same time, you have to know it's going to start with us. And as soon as they start with us, they work to get other people that resemble us until they get to everybody else. It's not as if this is what I want, but this is a pattern. This is like people that have seen wrestling, everybody knows King Kong Bundy's signature move. It was the what was it? The splash where he freaking jumps off the rope and jumps on your freaking thing. Jimmy Superfly Snooker, where he jumps off the top rope and his hands are up like this, and then he crashes on your body on the canvas. Freaking what's his name? Razor Ramon. What was it? The Razorback or something like that? I forget. What's his name? Damn, Jake the Snake Roberts, the DDT. Everybody in WWF or WWE, the same way they have their signature move, the US has a signature move when it comes to doing things, and they follow that recipe card to a T. And if you're not in the know, it'll elude you every time. But you could see it every time when they do it. And one of these times is now. They're basically systematically getting rid of the history as we speak. This isn't something that I like to say, but I'm going to talk about it because
Well, let me ask you, Vlad.
we're trying to put it together right now. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to stoke any more division that we've already had, man. You know that if anybody does, but
Let me hear your perspective, though. Go ahead.
yeah, I do respect that you're talking about it, and it is going to divide people to some degree, but we need a conversation, so we can have a solid foundation, right? But you keep referring to their erasing history. I think erased history has already been erased, so this is scripted history that you're talking about them erasing. So I just don't, I don't know what's true and what's not. I can't prove either. You see what I'm saying?
I hear
But
what you're saying.
what I do know is the source that we go to, that we're stuck relying on, has zero, and I mean zero credibility. This lady's in Congress, okay, which is every red flag known to man, okay, because they're not elected. These people are selected. But that's just
Mhm.
my beliefs, okay?
Okay.
So it this lady can be a plant just as much as anybody. And I can't prove she is, and I can't prove she isn't. I'm just saying the source that we rely on has cried wolf way too many times. Everything that they show you is most likely bullshit.
You
Like
know
I've come
what?
to that conclusion. That's just me, dog.
You want to know something? I hear why you would be annoyed, and shit like that makes me annoyed and upset. And
It sucks. It's just where we're at.
and you want to know something? It's hard to give that thing any kind of credence, right?
Right.
Now,
I just
again,
don't know.
this is why when you meet people that have been through it, right? And so it's not, and my thing is this, right? It's not just the Tulsa race massacre. It's not just that. You have a series of other things as well. You also have Rosewood. You have these other things. But the thing is, JJ, is that this is stuff that nobody talks about
Mm.
except a select group of people. And
I just
this is
don't know how much
common.
of it I could trust. I mean, like I don't trust
You know,
anything. I just
and
don't. It's just
not
hard,
I
right?
you want to know something, and I'm gonna give you, like, I
Just give
buy
me an
that,
easy
like, I
out.
get it,
I'm
because
not
you
trying
can't.
to, I don't
No,
know. And I feel bad if I'm wrong, but I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, man. Because I promised myself, you
Mhm.
lied to me twice. That's my bad, bro. You lied to me 3, 4, 5 times. I'm insane, dude. And
I feel you.
I'm not playing that game, that's all. So the source is just so important where we get our information from. And it's like they're propping this lady up. She's reading from a script. And I know she's old and she probably can't read, but hey, let's just give hand dismissal to every single person. Oh, her family just died, or this or that. Every excuse in the book, right?
It's
To
easy to say that. I totally go ahead, man.
It's
I
easy
didn't want
for
to cut
me.
you
Yeah,
off.
it is, dude. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This is just where I
Mm-mm.
am, man. It's
You know
just where
what?
I am.
And you want to
It's
know something?
unfortunate.
You want to know something? I don't think that's unfounded. I think that that's sincere, especially
Yeah,
with everybody seeing that what it is we're seeing now. Like, my thing is this, man. It's the truth, right? And even if it's based off of an opinion, based on an opinion, right? Off of what I've seen up to this point, like, we've been lied to about so much. Who fucking knows?
that's where I'm at. It's like if you cried
That
wolf
I get.
every day, every night, and I come every time, and I stop coming, and then a wolf comes and eats you. Should I feel bad because you got eaten by the wolf? Absolutely not.
Right
Matter of fact,
now,
it's your fault that you got eaten and you cried wolf too many damn times. So that's you know exactly where I'm at, man.
I get you. I get you.
And it
At the
sucks that
same
I'm here because I want to have sympathy and empathy for humanity. You know me, brother. I have one of the biggest hearts known to man.
Right
And here I am
now,
being cutthroat, cold-blooded, calloused killer, that don't give a
but
shit,
but
right?
at the same time, you have to recognize, and, like, I hear what you're saying in general,
Mhm.
but it's the history that's being removed. The
But we can't trust
specific,
history.
it's
Were you
it's
were
the
you
it's this,
there? Were your
but it's
parents? Did you know
you
her?
know
Did your
what? I
I
wasn't
don't
there.
know.
I can't
I
say
don't
I
know.
can't say that I was there.
That's what
I
I mean.
do.
Our
The
history
only
has been
thing,
so tampered, so infiltrated.
the only thing that I could go off of, as the closest thing to knowing, is my girlfriend. And she wasn't a girlfriend. She was a girl, and she's my friend. That's what I mean by that. Please don't get me wrong. But her testimony based off of what her parents experienced during that, or not her parents, but her family had experienced during that Tulsa race massacre. But it's also this, you gotta recognize this is the fact, and this isn't a joke, of what has been done systematically to black folks in the United States. Right.
Well,
And
also,
this is
yeah,
something, hold on now. This
go
is
ahead.
something that my parents like talk about all the time. They were like, oh God, I
Mhm.
remember when this happened. Nobody even talks about that. Like this is to me, this is why it's important to talk to the old people. This is why it's important to get around old folks and
Right.
get their point of view on certain things and to see like, yo, like what the fuck went down back in the day, because this is what we're being
Right.
told. You know
But
what I'm saying?
we got to look outside the
Now,
box though, because we're coming from a really unorthodox situation here. Okay, regardless of what happened in the past, a lot of it was lies. There is some truth. Maybe you might have some ancestral, relations to somebody who was in this or that. But your entire life, all you've ever seen is fake ass movements. Okay, where they pay people, agitators, crisis actors. That's all I've seen my entire life. Okay. So for me to sit there and hand dismiss that and say, oh, well, this is probably true, right?
but
Okay. I'm not
everything,
saying that it isn't. I'm not saying that it isn't even true. But here we go.
I
Here's where we
got you.
have to go from here. Okay. We have to forget what happened in the past. Okay. We have to unite, bro, because everything is all divided. By design, it's all about division. Here we are once again dividing each other, talking about races. We're all the same damn inside, regardless of what our history is. We're all bleed red, dude. We're just colors on the outside. Okay, we're all the same soul, same thing, dude.
JJ, I would
Today.
love, a lot of us would love to follow that sentiment,
Well, we
but
need
a
to
lot of
unite and fight the right enemy, dude, because the
we
enemy ain't
we
whites
do,
and blacks. It's
we
not.
do. You want to know something, JJ?
Not to me.
We
Not my
can't
life.
be. It's not that easy, and I'll tell you why, JJ. Because you have a lot of black folks that have tried this for a long, long time, right? And again, this shouldn't be about it shouldn't be a race thing. This should be more about a history thing. You have a lot of black folks that have tried this for a long time, and it's not
Yeah.
going to work.
To me,
It's
it's about
because
humanity,
and
really.
it's not going to like I'd love for it to work, right? It won't work until people want to change. If people don't want to change, it's not going to work. And so here's the thing. I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of black folks like me coming up, we didn't do the whole, oh, if they're white, you need to kill them and stuff like that. You have a lot of white folks that kind of come up like this. You do. You just do. I don't know why it is. It just is like that. My crew, who I grew up with, how I grew up, the people that I continued working with in the Navy, it's so crazy. I had, when I first enlisted, right? I had braids. I had not braids. I had dreadlocks, right? And then you had white folks that were terrified of me. They thought I was going to rob them. They thought I was going to do everything in the book. That they must have seen Dirty Harry movies. Remember them old ass Dirty Harry movies in the 70s and shit? They seen all them shits and all that stuff. They thought
Yeah.
that that's what I was about, right? They never seen a black person in their life. And then
Mhm.
they were like, oh, well, I was taught that black people do this. I was taught that. And I'm like, motherfucker, like what? But then again, I'm from New York. I knew white people, black people, I knew everybody. You know what I'm saying? So there's a good segment of the nation that thinks like this, right?
Right.
That was back in 1999. Is it like that now? I don't know. But this was 26 or so years ago, right? And so what I'm saying is that if you have something similar to that now, and people are refusing to change, we could change. All we could help is how we do things and how we change. We can't make white folks not like black people. We can't do that. We can't get rid of the KKK. You understand? We can't do these things. These things that went down, there was a system in place to allow them to go down. Oh, what I didn't mention
I'm not even sure
was
if the KKK is a psyop, bro. I don't freaking know.
I,
But
you know,
here's the point.
Hold. Let me
Okay,
let me
my bad.
finish
Go
up,
for
and
it.
then
Go for it.
I want to go ahead and land my
Go ahead,
plane
brother.
on that. Now, it's this is stuff that has happened throughout history that is not a psyop. Like I've seen it and I've dealt with some of those things myself, and I've gotten to see it myself, and like it's sad. It's sad, and a lot of black folks are at the point to where they have a fatigue to where they're just like, I'm not gonna deal. I'm not gonna involve myself with it no more. I'm not gonna help. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sit down and I'm going to have a drink. And so it's crazy because now that same work that we were getting, the government is giving to everybody else
Yeah.
within a system that was designed for it was designed for a specific group and not for everyone. But this is done by design.
Right.
You
And
understand? It's not done because they prefer a certain group. I think it's done by design to keep us at each other, to keep us at
of
each
course.
other's
And
throats.
when I say the KKK was a psyop, I don't mean it didn't exist. Okay, they could exist just like Antifa or Black Lives Matter or any other movement, right? It could just be agitators and the people that are infiltrated to organize it, to make people hop on that bandwagon to stoke a race war and division. We've seen it in many different forms and fashions, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Aside
We've
of color or race.
we also have had a couple of people get hung recently. People still get hung in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? This is a thing that still happens here. And so basically it's like to stoke a terrorism on, we see it. I'm keeping it real with you. I don't sit
Yeah.
here and
Well, I
I don't
appreciate it.
spice it for nobody. You understand?
Oh, I
And
hear
we
you,
see
man.
it as this is a form of terrorism, but when we say something, nobody listens. And it's the only time people want to pay attention to stuff that we say is when those same things start to show up on their doorstep. Do you understand?
Mhm. I
So
know that all the people that are watching right now, none of those are racist because they're here watching a black man, right?
I don't. My thing is this. Doesn't matter what they think or how they feel. I'm being honest. You know what I'm
Sure,
saying? Like,
right,
if I was concerned about what people thought, I would not be bringing
right.
up this topic.
It just speaks volumes. All I'm saying is, because the people that you're like addressing, like the people that are racist or whatever, they're not here, right? Not that I could see, but not that they don't exist either. I'm not saying that. I'm just
This
saying
is my
this is
this
a good
is
group of people here,
well, this
and I
is
don't.
I'm not accusing anybody at all. Not
Yeah,
at all.
and I'm
I'm
not
not
saying you are. I'm not
okay.
saying you are. I
This
just
is
sense, like
but
division.
basically it's this, man. It's the history. It's being washed out. Like we could and this is why when I mentioned black folks in the flat earth, a lot of people like lost their shit. They got scared. I was like, don't be scared, like address it. You know what I'm saying? See our point of view, see my point of view, listen to it. This
Mhm,
is why to me, different people, it's important to get different people's point of view from a different background of the flat earth. You understand? Because
mhm,
it's a big deal to us, and you have to hear it different in order in order to better understand it. Like you got to hear it different. If you don't hear it different and you just hear the same people talking about it, you're not going to learn anything. So when people get scared about me saying, oh, he's talking about this, he's talking about that, I'm like, hey, if you don't like it, you don't have to listen. But I feel it's important not just for black people, but for white folks as well, and anybody else that hasn't seen it from that perspective, so
yeah.
that they can get a broader understanding as to why certain people develop and become flat earthers the way they do. Because I could tell you, I think you already know my story and how I became a flat earther, like everybody does, right?
Right.
But it hits different when certain events happen to you in your own life, or you see certain things take place that other people may not see, and then you could compare. You're like, holy shit, I have noticed these patterns within these things taking place. It looks exactly the same. And to me, that's so important to bring information like that in front of people, so that if they don't understand, at least if they don't have to be black to understand,
Mm,
but if they can hear your story, if they can hear my
right.
story and how I'm comparing it to how the flat earth is the
Hmm.
same, they can be like, holy shit,
Yeah.
wow, that is strange.
Yeah, I do
It
respect that
matches.
analogy, because I might be ignorant to what you're seeing versus what I see, and I completely respect that. It's a good
Yeah.
analogy.
So, and lock smart, you know I love you. You know I think you're great. This whole Democrat Republican thing, listen, they both don't give a fuck about us. Okay? Both those motherfuckers don't care about us. All right? Whether Chuck Schumer don't give a fuck about us. Those other people don't give a fuck about us, okay? None of them do.
Of
All
course
right.
not.
Get that, like, for those people that, whether you voted or not, that's your
They're
business.
they're
Yeah,
not elected. They're
I didn't put
selected.
I
Once
didn't
you
put
realize
my
that they're selected
yeah.
and not elected, then you'll stop entertaining the idea that these people are working for you because they were never elected in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's
And
a
they're gonna, this division to them is important because right now what they're noticing is that things are starting to change. They're starting to notice, we notice these patterns. We notice that there is a group of people that's helping keeping us divided. There is a group of people that is. I feel that in my bones. But then you have those errant people that just want to keep division. That is what it is. Hopefully they just fucking die out. But there are people that want that make money off of keeping everybody
yeah.
divided.
Yeah,
There
and it's
are
always
people.
gonna be that way because in order for them to maintain the control and the power, the only way 1% can control 90% of humanity is if they're fighting and they're divided. That's
we,
why that you
we're so
divide, you conquer,
we're
right?
so divided, we're minced.
Right, and that's why
Like
we can
regardless.
never overcome the 1%, which should be a cakewalk if we were united.
If we were,
So
this is
that's like
why at the end of the
mandatory. It's
day,
like
this is
it
why at
has
the end
to
of the
be that
day,
way for them.
I tell you, at the end of the day, get with your neighbors. If anything, get with your community, get with your neighbors. Because those are the people that are immediately around you. Get with your neighbors, get your water, get your food, get your get your beef jerky, whatever it is you need to do. Get with your neighbors. On Candace Owens, I don't trust her. I don't trust, hey, Lock Smart, I don't trust her. I don't, does what she say sounds good sometimes? Sure.
Yeah,
Does what Nick Fuentes say what he says sometimes sound good?
of
Sure.
course.
I don't trust her. I
That's
don't
because they
trust
play
him.
both sides.
I don't
Yeah.
trust any of them. I want to. My thing is
When
I want to trust them. I
when
want
you
to. I
script a
really want to
movie
trust them.
when you script a
I can't.
movie,
Can't
you
fuck
have
with them.
to put an actor in to play the good guy and the bad guy. That's all they are. Everything is scripted, so they get to play both sides. So yeah, there's going to be a side that's, oh, telling you everything you want to hear, but does
Oh
that make
yeah.
them the good guy? Absolutely
Right.
not. They're all evil cocksuckers that have it gave us this illusion of rights and freedoms, and it's that's the totality of it, right? It's just an illusion.
Right. And they're going to give us this song and dance about how they're going to this one has been threatening me and that one. Are they being
Uh huh.
threatened? Maybe,
Of
I
course.
don't know. But it's still like this is I feel that it's gotten to a point now to where we don't listen to CNN. We don't listen to Fox and all those things. So now, because we're starting to pay more attention, we're starting to give more of our attention to what's on social media or YouTube with the Candace Owens, the Willie D's, the freaking, the Africa Diaspora Show and stuff like that. We're giving our attention to them. They're reaching those people now. They're getting within their folds because nobody's
Mm,
paying attention to mainstream media no more. They lost it.
right.
Which brings me to this point. Actually, it's funny we're here now, guys. If you guys could stomach this craziness, good for you. You're in for a little bit. There's something that I wanted to talk about, right? So we're talking about that. We're talking about the news. We're talking about all the stuff that they're trying to keep from us and everything else. What did you want to say something before I went to this video,
Yeah.
JJ? Go ahead,
Just real
JJ.
quick, like
I didn't want to cut you off.
if I feel, just in my opinion, if you know their name, whether they're a good guy or a bad guy, they're in the club. Okay, they're on their platforms being propped up with all these millions of views. They're in on it. There's no good guys. They're going to play good guys, but they're all the same team. With
They're all
that
good
being said,
guys.
they're all bad guys.
Oh,
It's all part of the script, right? They're playing the good guys and the bad guys. I'm talking about your your Candace Owens or your anybody's. I don't care. I don't care Tucker or Fox, or pick one. I don't care. Pick a left, pick a right, pick anybody that has a famous name, and they're in on it, whether they're the good guy or the bad guy. They're all
mhm.
playing the part. They're holding up their end of the bargain. We're being played. We got. We just need to
It
come to that conclusion in
really
a
that's what it
totality. So we don't
Really,
sit here and spin our wheels over here. We'll just argue with ourselves and spin our wheels all day long, all
no,
year long.
I don't think it's an
Yeah.
no, it's not an argument. It's not an argument at all. No.
No, I'm just saying we
Really,
got to be careful with, just it's a cult of personality when you learn you like somebody so much that they can never do wrong because they're always telling you the truth. Does that mean that they're not on the bad guy side just playing you? Of course that's a possibility, right?
mhm,
And the more time that goes by, the more I personally see it everywhere. Like it's the same playbook everywhere in any
mhm, mhm.
topic, right? You see it. You have eyes to see, and you don't. They can't pull that over your eyes anymore. You just see
Mm.
right through it. You just miss it at some point, right?
Well, at the end of the day, I tell you what, this is what we have here. Us broke motherfuckers out here. It's all we got. It's us versus them. Really, that's what it
Right.
boils down to. Doesn't matter whether you green, orange, purple. It sucks because there are
Yeah.
people that are still gonna fight
Right.
between us.
How do you
And
win a
it's like,
war when you don't even know
man,
who the enemy is and who the good guy is? That's exactly the point here. Is that we think that what do you think about this character or that character or that character? Well, if they're big and they're like huge and you know their name, I'm suggesting they are the enemy. I don't care if they're
mhm,
the good guy or not. I don't trust none of them anymore, man. It's just
mm-mm.
gotten to that level of an understanding of what the hell is going on and why do we always take a step forward and two steps back? You know, it just
Well,
seems that way. It's like it's a battle that's designed for you not to win. If you had power and control, you would make sure that you have counter moves and things that are set up to where you'll never lose power or control. And these
mhm,
people do as well. Okay, so we're up against a losing battle, but it is important to, if we could ever unite, which we won't unless we come to a realization of some form of strategy to counter all this shit.
mhm.
That's just me, man. I don't know, but I'll land it there and let you get on with whatever you're gonna before you forget what you're gonna say.
Oh no, 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 no. I hear you. I'm just getting rid of the trash right now. That's all.
Gotcha. You,
Adios.
you agree with that though, or am I a little out there, a little too harsh? I don't
Well,
know. What you tell me what you
well,
think.
I'll tell you what. It's it's one of those things to where I hear what you're saying. Uh
That
but
you're
at
agreeing?
the same time, to a degree, I do. Not that I think you're any worse or any better of a person. Like you just the way you are, right? You have your thoughts and you have your point of view. Now, at the end of the day, um, things are the way they are, and all we can do is go off of what, for the most part, what we experience and what we see, and then move forward from there. And so, based off of what I've seen and who is doing what, there are a lot of people we can't trust. And I will go a step further and say that, and I don't, I say this, I say this with all honesty. Like I don't sit there and I don't mince my words, but there is a group of, well, I'm going to have to mince these, but there is a group of people that everybody knows who they are and everybody's watching them. Everybody's watching them. And it sucks that it has to be them. And it also sucks that now they know they're being watched. And so they're going to pull every fucking trick in the book to fuck with everybody. My thing at the end of the day is you don't vote them in. If you like to vote and that's your thing, okay, I can't tell you what to do or what not to do. But you don't vote them in. You don't you don't you don't give them that energy. You don't give that to them. You got the Chuck Schumers, you got the Bernie Sanders. Y'all know who I'm talking about. All them motherfuckers. You got them. They're there. They're everywhere. The Benjamin Netanyahus, you have them. You just have to. You cannot give them that power.
What makes you
Um,
think voting's legitimate? You honestly think
I
voting
don't
is
think. I
legit?
don't know. I don't think so. But I
You're
don't
damned
think
if you do,
so.
you're damned if you don't, right? Like, if nobody votes, then they're gonna win anyway. If you do vote, then they're
Right.
gonna rig it and
But
win
at the same
anyway.
time, it's like I feel you're still giving them some kind of energy,
I
even
feel
if
like
you
it's
do
an
vote.
another illusion, right? They give you the illusion of choice. You don't know these people. Oh, I'm gonna
Whether
vote
they
right
do,
because they're on this side, right? Or you don't know these people, right? They could just put up two different characters, and you think this is the best guy. I'm gonna vote this guy in because he says what I want to hear, right?
Mhm,
That's all politics is, man. You know, they're all a
mhm.
bunch of rats, every single one of them,
Well, whether you, I feel
every
you.
single one.
I feel you. Now, whether you
You have
do,
to be. You're not gonna be in that system and think
mhm,
you're gonna be some outsider like a Donald Trump. "Oh, I'm not a
no.
politician, so I'm gonna get elected and run and clean the swamp." My ass, dude. The
Mhm.
swamp runs the freaking world. You're not going to take that power away. You're not gonna infiltrate it and disassemble that.
Now
They are what they
that's
are.
yes, and the swamp has gotten. I feel they've gotten even worse with
Of
this
course.
whole. I mean, we all knew about the whole Epstein thing. Matter of fact, there's a book that I recommend to you guys. It's called The Lost Boys of Bird Island. That is the Epstein files 1,010%. The Lost Boys of Bird Island. If you can't find it, that's because the book is around $100 in other places. If you check Amazon, it's going to be mad expensive. Go to eBay, look for The Lost Boys of Bird Island. It is a true story. The author ended up getting his head blown off after fucking releasing the book. And then they tried to freaking get it off the shelves and not being able to get published. But it's called The Lost Boys of Bird Island. It's going to be a pretty expensive book, but definitely worth the money. It basically talks about the whole Epstein scandal and everything else like that. That's it right there. That's it. The Lost Boys, again. Matter of fact, let me go see if I could find it. The Lost Boys of Bird Island. Look into it, y'all. I read this book and it is a mind bender. That's what I'm going to say. Oh, $108. There it is right there. Let you guys see it for yourselves. Yep. These guys are out there and they are not. I tell you what, it looks like they've been doing this for quite some time. They've been doing this nastiness for a long, 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 long time.
Yeah,
Where am
and
I?
we've been trained to celebrate it. That's what our holidays are, like Independence Day. We're over here celebrating Satan's freedom and shit, as far as I know. I don't know, man. I'm just human and I'm just trying to figure it out myself. I don't have the answers, bro. But it's ugly, man. That's all I know.
Yep.
It's
And
it's
yeah,
silly.
it's a mess, but here on Amazon it's $108. Check eBay. eBay might have it cheaper. If you want to get that book, I recommend it. It's a fucked up book. It's a really fucked up book. But definitely get that book, The Lost Boys of Bird Island. There it is. It's basically the Epstein files that kind of got released but didn't.
I'm
And
sure they
this
got a
is well
PDF of that.
before.
You think they have
Huh?
a PD?
A
You think they have
PDF?
a PDF?
You want to know something? That's a good question.
Probably
I could
cheaper, and the lazy
yes.
people that don't like to read can get read to.
Right. Let
You
me
know what I'm
see
saying?
if hold on. Let me get something for y'all. Give me 1 second. I might be able to get something for you. Damn it. What is it called? Uh damn. There it is. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I got you.
I appreciate you letting us come up here too, man. Just speak our minds, because it's kind of the right thing to do as well. So we can all just clear the air and say what we need to say.
Yeah, man. Yeah, totally. I think these are one of those things that nobody wants to talk about, but everybody
Yeah.
needs to talk about. Because you want to know something, man. We share this fucking land right here, and it's not going to get no better if people just sit there quiet, acting as if it never happened.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, government PDFs. Hold on, I'm looking. Okay. So if that doesn't work, guys, right here, if you take this, hold on.
Kevin
Okay,
says
now.
eBay $39.94.
Okay, Kevin. Good. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for that. Yes, go get that book. It is going to knock your socks off. But right here, we'll basically have just about everything that you need for the most part. You go there to archive.gov, the collection, and you might be able to find it for free. Hopefully you do. Yeah. Hopefully you do. Now, where are we? Now, what I wanted to show y'all was this right here. We're gonna kind of change and shift focus, but not really. We're definitely gonna come back to this. But what I wanted to show y'all was this. I don't know if you guys saw it, but if you didn't, what I'm gonna do, family, is I'm gonna leave this with you guys. This is redacted, right? And this is them talking about what I keep getting on their helmet to talk about. But this is redacted talking about it, but not talking about it at the same time. So let me let this dude cook. Check the Foundry. Guys, check the chat to see what it is I'm going to drop in there. Here we go.
11 a.m. Central Time, the live feed from the International Space Station suddenly went black, or they cut to their like slate with a bunch of text. Like, we're experiencing some problems here after some sort of a craft, something just floated by, some sort of an unidentified craft to many of us, flew right by the International Space Station. So you can see it right here. And you can hear, of course, the voices of the International Space Station.
Absolutely. I will not do anything inside the work volume.
Now watch here on the right side of your screen.
Excellent config. You're very welcome. And just to kind of smooth things over when we do come back, KU, you'll be on Space to Ground 3 for your ops today with Shankini.
There you go. Keep sliding over. And then
Agree with Shankini. Thanks.
Look at those stars, y'all.
Reappears. Now, according to reports, there's like a black spot plane there. So when things move in the middle of that area, things do disappear. It's not like an anomaly. That's actually part of the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Floating
please
by.
buckle up.
What the heck is that? And then I think just shortly after that, then NASA cuts the feed and puts up their slate. It says, sorry, nothing more to see here. But this is just, one incident among many. So this isn't an isolated thing here. Our next guest, Justin Robert, has been calling out NASA's BS and lies for years in Florida. Here he is in front of the Brevard County Commission. Watch.
Before we get to that, y'all know how NASA gets down. So I just find it amazing that Redacted finally has gotten to this point, without saying that they've gotten to this point, but they've got over 1 million subscribers. I think what it is was they didn't say certain things so that they wouldn't ruin the algorithm. So I totally get it, but let's let him keep doing what he's doing.
Afternoon, commissioners. Today I'd like to bring to your attention a potential fraud on an enormous scale happening in your county. There's now clear evidence of NASA using numerous methods to grossly mislead the public about astronauts being on the International Space Station. During interior ISS scenes from NASA's own live feed, the use of wires, harnesses, green screens, and virtual reality have been detected to achieve the appearance of a weightless environment. Examples of this include astronauts fading in and out of the screen, green screen glitches, grabbing objects that aren't really there, pulling on invisible wires, getting tangled in their harnesses, and even astronauts appearing out of thin air. This begs the obvious question. If they're really up there, why are they using Hollywood techniques to fake the footage?
Great question. Justin joins us now.
So before we continue, because we're going to continue and let it ride, man, JJ, what you think about that?
I think that's awesome. They're finally calling them out, but it's all show. You know me, man. I'm a Debbie Downer, dude. Everything is fake and busted, but I don't know. I just feel like we're being played. We're like a bunch of puppets at the end of some marionette strings,
Yeah, nah, I hear you. If anybody's going to get it, and if anybody's going to, yeah, that's right. That's Justin Harvey. I think it is Justin Harvey. I want to call him Joe Hanvey because it's like JH. I want to call him Joe Hanvey so bad, but that's Justin Harvey. He was the one that was out there in Florida with Witsit when they started doing their talk with those guys at the courthouse, but not the courthouse, but it was like
auditing NASA.
Yeah. Right. You remember that?
Oh yeah, we got ripped off. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
And so that craziness that went down, but that dude, that's him. That's him. And so yeah, let's let them do their thing, man. I think that it's pretty amazing that we finally have somebody, which I mean some people may think it ain't much, but to me, it's like somebody got to be somewhere to say something. You know what I'm saying? To somebody. So it ain't never going to be the way we want it. It's very rare that that happens. So we got to let whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got to take our wins where we can get them.
Where we can get them. So this dude,
feel
I
you.
think he's not a bad representative. Like, because if it was Witsit, everybody would have lost their shit. You already know that. Everybody would have lost their motherfucking mind if Witsit would have went up there. Be like, oh, you got this motherfucker up there? Oh, hell no. But it's him. So, shout out to him for going up there and talking what he talks. But I want you to listen, pay special attention to this conversation, y'all. Let me shut up then.
Thank you, Justin. First of all, I love that you're trying to bring awareness to this and call out NASA's fraud. But first, before we get into all of that, just your response to seeing this feed cut once again after some object floats by that they won't tell us what exactly it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. When I see it, it's hard for me to take anything serious from NASA based on the conclusions I've come to over the years. But they very may well have caught something foreign in the sky and then cut the feed. But we have to wonder, is this our own government stuff? Is this an actual unidentified flying object of other beings? Or is NASA just continuously distracting us with space stories? Was that feed even real? It's a little tough to even tell, right? And like I said, when we've caught them filming spacewalks underwater, using their interior shots look like they're filmed in a studio, hanging from harnesses, I have to wonder what they're ever showing us. A lot of us have come to the conclusion that ISS live feed is just a high-altitude plane with a fisheye lens. It would be very easy to just send that thing up quite high, not quite 250 miles, and just constantly stream us something back. I do not believe that there are human beings on a space lab flying 17,500 miles an hour, 250 miles above our head.
So I guess my question is, because I'm wide open to all of this. Hell, I mean, in my studio, I've got a damn Sasquatch picture over my shoulder here in the studio. So like there it is. Yeah. Like I'm open to anything, right? So just show me the evidence. I come from the Thomas Sowell, just show me the evidence here. And what you're showing in these videos, of course, the harnesses, the strings, like why would they do this? Why would they go to such great lengths to even have like a 250 mile above the earth high altitude plane just there with a live feed? Like, what's the purpose of them lying to us with this?
Well, it appears around the 50s, Admiral Byrd went exploring Antarctica. And it's funny that you were talking about cutting through the ice in the Arctic earlier, but I think they found something down in Antarctica. He talked about a continent the size of America, not of ice, green and lush, that no one had ever seen before. So I think they could be potentially hiding other continents, resources, who knows what other sorts of secrets. Maybe the aliens are beyond Antarctica. I'm not sure, but that was when they created the Antarctic Treaty. That was when they shut it all down, and all the countries that are at odds with each other do agree that no one's allowed to explore Antarctica independently. So it's a pretty big secret that we can look past World War III issues and say, okay, no one's going down there to mess with those penguins, right, as they tell us. And then they create NASA in the same decade. And I truly believe that they're hiding our true history, where we live, what this place looks like, and that we're not necessarily in an endless void of space, and we could be the center of this intelligent design. And it's really just to keep our focus on outer space above us when potentially there could be outer lands. I liken it to the Truman Show. Truman was very hard to control once he started getting curious and finding out that there was more out there. If they wrapped our world around the ball and just told us there was nothing else, and if you go around in the same direction, you'll hit your starting point, no one's ever going to go looking for the perimeter or the fence or the Antarctic ice wall. And that's what I think they're keeping from us by basically busy work and funneling trillions of dollars for black budget money for who knows what, and just wringing out water and space. I always ask people, how long have they been up there and what benefit have they brought to your life or humanity? No one can really name anything except billions of trillions of dollars per year to take pictures that a lot we've proved are fake. And why are we up there faking this and doing this charade? That is the big $1 million question. And I can only speculate, which is what I just did for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out on the early Thanksgiving sale from our friends over at Genucel. So don't wait. Go right now to genucel.com. You'll find genucel.com/redacted.
There we go.
You know, we always hear it. Well, the one thing we can thank the space.
And before I continue, fair use, fair use. Shout out to Redacted and their video and stuff like that. Like these guys, whether you believe them or not, I have a hard time with them. But I find it interesting that we have Justin Harvey up there speaking his piece. He didn't say anything about flat Earth. If you didn't notice, he said nothing at this point about flat Earth.
Right, just to mention being a center, possibly being a center of the universe and the ice wall. So he definitely made a lot of references, but also on top of that, he kind of poisoned the well with hinting about aliens in Antarctica, throwing a Sasquatch in there. You know, he's like a Weiss. You can go listen to Weiss and he's going to tell you beautiful things. Does that make him the good guy that's trustworthy? No. Right.
No,
So
not at
all
all.
these people have good information. You know, there's like I'm not trying to dog everything and everybody, but we just got to be vigilant on our toes with, you know, trusting nobody at the end of the day. You know, they either got good information or they don't, and that's the end of that. You know.
Yeah, it's either you tell them the right information or you don't tell them none at all. That's how I see it. And to me, it's like, but my thing also is to acknowledge somebody went up there. Somebody's talking about this with them. Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's definitely to monitor. Because my thing is nobody's going to give it to them like the way we give it to them. You know what I'm saying?
You got to be vigilant because they, you know, outside of just this topic, they do it constantly. They have a guy playing the good guy that's going to talk about it. You know, they have a hero for you because they created the crisis. They create the hero, and you're all going to maintain ignorant and complacent due to thinking that, hey, look, people are doing stuff about it. We're making leadway here. Just those are things that the tactics that our enemies use constantly. You know, so I'm just very aware of that. I'm very keen of it. So I'm very skeptical on everything, which sucks. It's a sucky way to live, but I'm left no choice. You know, we're just victims here, man.
I was going to say, you know, you want to know something, man? It's not your fault that you got to be.
It's not my fault, man. But I have to be. I have no choice, man. I have a brain and I'm using it, and this is where it's got me, man. It isn't my God-given instincts working right here.
Yep.
You know,
because that's what happens. And people, man, like don't think that we're doing it to be assholes and nothing like that. Like nobody wanted to be born like this. Nobody wanted life to be like this. When you get lied to enough and you've had enough, you don't just take anything at face value. You just don't. So when people are like, yo, I look through it, and then people laugh about it like it's a joke, and it's like, but it's not a joke. Like we really think these people are fucked up. We really do. It's like they lie to us about everything. And so you have to look into everything, unfortunately. You have to look into
the way it is, man. It's not that we want to be. We just have to. How many times can you get lied to before you're the idiot?
Right.
That's the question, you know?
Listen,
I'm not an idiot. At the end of the day, I'm no idiot, man.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna, you know, this is where it gets you. You know, you have to be cold-blooded, you know, you have to stand the ground. You have to have that calloused mentality, apparently.
You have to be cold about it, unfortunately.
You have to be.
But you can't trust these people. They made it like that. Now, if you have your own channel, look, don't be discouraged because other people are saying, hey, you have to do your channel like this, or you have to do your channel like that. Look, you do your channel the way you do your channel. You got folks out there being discouraged because they're like, you're not going outside and preaching like you're a Jehovah's Witness about the flat earth. Listen, if you do that, shout out to you. But if you don't do that, shout out to you too. You don't have to go out there and you don't have to preach the flat earth. If you've got your own channel, do what you do to put the truth out there. That's all we want.
Right.
Make your show, do your thing. We can watch, we can listen, we can get other people from the outside to subscribe. This is the point in my eyes, right? If you have your own show, if you have your own channel, you have your own perspective. Maybe it's different from my perspective. Maybe it's different from JJ's perspective. RG, I see you. Maybe it's different from RG's perspective. But it's a different perspective. I don't know who's going to jive with your perspective, but I don't care to know who is. I'm just going to send people towards you. Hey, check this guy out. he might be somebody that you can talk to. He might be somebody that can reach you to where you can understand, or at least point you in the right direction. Really, that's all it boils down to. Where you can't beat flat earth into anybody's head. I tried that. I tried, yelling at people, oh, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. I was stupid trying to make people see it. You can't make anybody see flat earth. So if you're upset that people aren't doing it your way, you're going to keep staying upset until you can fucking grow up and get over it. All right. And cut your nails too. Don't be sitting there bugging people and your nails aren't cut. Don't be wearing no wig on in public and you got a 5 o'clock shadow. Makes you look crazy. Don't do that, please. You're scaring the kids. Okay. Now, with all that being said, guys, look, give the people a chance to reach the people. Not everybody's going to hit everybody upside their head for them to get it. And maybe your method is pushing people away and making people have an animosity towards the flat earth community. That's not what you want. Some people, I saw you in action, and there were a lot of globe people going to your channel and talking with you. What I need for you to understand is this: they don't give a fuck about you. Okay, they really don't. They're trying to butter you up to, hey, look into. They're like a bunch of. Shout out to the Jehovah's Witnesses out there. They're trying to be like Jehovah's Witnesses to try and get you on their side and everything else. Hey, you think you're giving it true to us? We're giving it true right back to you. I didn't hold back. Maybe I'm holding your name back, but I'm giving you right back about your nails and your motherfucking wig and everything else, right? But you also can't sit there and belittle people within the community because they don't do things the way you do. Not everybody's going to do things the way you do, man. I'm sure that gets you upset. I'm sure that gets you upset, but you don't have to be upset because people are just different. They're different in how they make their eggs. They're different in how they brush their teeth. They're different in how they put their pants or their socks on. They're probably different in how they give out the flat earth. So you have to give people their grace in how they conduct business on whether they're giving out the flat earth or the globe earth. That's their prerogative. That's their business. But these globers don't give a damn about you, dude. They don't give a damn if your feet is falling off or not. They don't fucking care about you. And my thing is this, man. Don't harm yourself. Right? There's a number. It's in the United States. It is 988. If you feel that your back is against the wall and there's nobody to talk to, and you don't know what to do, talk to them. Dial 988. The number is 988. That is the get help hotline. I could say suicide. Probably, I'm not getting monetized anyway, so I'll say suicide. Whatever. Right? This is the suicide hotline. Talk to those people. I don't know who needs to hear it. We're coming up on the holidays and everything else. One of the things I noticed while I was in the Navy is that you had a lot of service members that got down during this time of year. So all seriousness and everything else, talk to somebody. Talk to somebody or talk to somebody. Talk to some people. I don't know what you're going through. We don't know what you're going through. And so even though the person might look happy-go-lucky, if you're around somebody and they look happy-go-lucky, just talk to them. Poke and prod a little bit, especially now. Especially now. You never know what a person is going through. You never know what a person is dealing with. And they can give you so many crazy truths that you weren't ready for. But at least you have a resource available that you can provide to them. Give them 988. Okay. All right, look, I don't get paid for none of this shit, okay? I really don't. And I'm only saying this because I give a fuck about people. I really give a fuck about people, okay? I care about people. And so I would like for you to reach out to something that I think might be able to help you. I don't know. 988. It's really easy. It's just 3 numbers, 988. There's another number like 277 TALK, I think it is. I forgot. But 988 is a lot easier than 277. Okay? Dial 988 to get the help that you need. Because I want you guys that need that help to get that help. With that being said, if you're out there trying to force flat earthers into doing things the way you're doing, listen, you're not going to win. You can't win like that. You can't win because flat earthers are their own people. They think for themselves, right? And they hate people the way they want to hate people. So give them their grace and let them do the flat earth the way they do the flat earth. The way this community grows, it's not by your community outreach by beating people upside their head and forcing them into the community. That's how you push people away. The way you let it grow, you just point them, you just put a couple of seeds, just drop seeds out there, and you let the seeds do the rest of the work. You don't have to do much. My thing is, if you're looking for the truth, you will find a lot more than what you're looking for. If you're looking, if you're not looking for the truth, maybe it's not for you at that time. But if you're truly looking, these things have a way in finding you. They just do. So let these things take place. Of course, go out there and let people know what's available, but you don't have to beat it in their head. Nobody has to go out there and say, "Hey, if you're not a flat earther, you're an idiot. If you're not a flat earther," I mean, that's a way to do it, but that's not a way to you're not making honey that way. Okay? Just plant that seed and let people figure it out. Let people live, right? We've got a lot. The government is helping out a lot, by the way. Whether you want to believe that or not, the government is helping out a great deal with the NASA 3I Atlas, with the Epstein files, with the lies on top of lies on top of lies with COVID, all of that. You understand? The government has done a good enough job into making flat earthers. Globers have done a good enough job by making flat earthers. Please, you don't have to force anybody. And nobody's telling you to stop your channel. Continue your channel. But know that those globe motherfuckers, they don't give a fuck about you, right? They make content about me, of course. That's easy. They're definitely making content about you. They don't care about you. They just want to keep you on the air so that they can have more content, so that they can have a platform to go on and talk shit with you, because they don't have that platform here. They don't have that opportunity on here. They don't have it on JJ's channel. They don't have it on RG's. I don't know if they have it on RG's. They don't have it on so many of the other channels. And I'm not saying for you to be like us, but be aware that these people do not care about you. They don't give a fuck about you. Okay. Now I know I make fun of everybody. I make fun of myself. So don't think that I'm just fucking with you just to fuck with you. Nah, man. Like we're even though I don't fuck with you like that no more, like I'm still looking out for you. And these dudes are they're just wolves in sheep's clothing, man. And they ain't got your best interests at heart. So just know that. Anyway, I'm just gonna let that ride. We can go back to redacted. My bad, y'all. That was a lot of airtime, so I apologize. Let's get back to redacted.
Program for is Velcro.
I know. And could we have not come up with that without astronauts?
Yeah, we got Velcro out of the whole deal. Yesterday here on the show, we did a deep dive on Antarctica. We had on Brad Olson to talk about, of course, what's going on there and the secrets in Antarctica. And yes, Admiral Byrd discovering this massive underground area and hole, and something the size of the United States of America underground. So there's a really fascinating theory to think that, and there's been a number of whistleblowers who say, stop looking up. You need to be looking here, because these craft and the things are right here, either in the water. They've been under our earth for thousands of years. That it's all here. It's not out there.
Yeah, and if you read Bill Cooper, who wrote a book, Behold a Pale Horse, he talks about his time in the Navy, seeing these crafts come from the ocean. We don't know what's down there. It's very unexplored. So you've got to wonder if extraterrestrials, if you think about the word and break it down, it sounds like extra terrain, extra territory. The extra territory could be what Admiral Byrd found. And that could be where these beings are coming from. I like to stick with what I can prove. It's really hard to prove that the aliens exist, but it looks like there's more evidence that they come from outer or under than, up above us. So NASA almost appears more like a big worldwide intelligence agency, keeping the biggest secrets from the world about our true history, whether there was great resets and aliens, who knows what. Maybe those are the people that keep a tight lid on that.
Right. So people in our chat room are just saying that NASA is basically, a co-opted agency at this point, and NASA is fake as hell. These were all illusions up there. Like everything that they're telling us is a lie. That CGI. A lot of people are saying that like these feeds are fake to begin with.
I tell you what, man. NASA has broken it down. They've done quite an amazing job breaking it down and fooling people. So don't freaking sit there and think that these guys can't do it. But now I don't. My thing is, I'm not going to underestimate the flat Earth community because we know that it's possible. We know that these guys can sit here and lie to you till the damn cows come home. And they do an amazing job. They do a bang up job fooling people. And so we need to take these things into account, recognize them as what they are, and then call them out on their bullshit at every turn. That's really all it boils down to.
That's how you know your government's involved in all of it too. Because like, how do you have somebody like Donald Trump call out the fake news for all those years, and then they still exist? Like, wouldn't you make a executive order to get rid of fake news? They're over here censoring us for, misinformation and all this crap. Fact check this, fact check that.
Yeah.
But CNN still exists. Okay, just like NASA. Look at all the shit that they've done. They still exist. Now they're just going to be labeled as a spy agency.
Exactly.
I mean, they're all on the same team, and we got to always constant remember that, and I love the stuff that these guys are saying, but once again, they put in a lot of points in there, that just kind of dilute the waters, talking about we don't know, thousands of years ago, aliens in the ocean, possibly things like these are just, they should be left out because those are things that we definitely don't know for sure, and to bring it in the topic of absolute pointing out evidence that NASA's this, NASA's that, and then they go into muddying waters. Like, you should leave the waters clean.
Now I feel you on that. Like, I totally understand you on that now. But in Justin Harvey's defense, RG, how you doing, by the way? It's good to see you. In Justin Harvey's defense, if he were to go nothing but flat Earth, they would probably would have shortened his time. Because he has to say some things that would keep the audience interested.
Right.
I feel that though, like, sure, aliens, if you want to talk about aliens, maybe some other time, but I feel as though maybe he can find a way to start to funnel that information into, hey, but those things from up top, they're fake. Those pictures that they take from up top about the Earth, those are fake. This is dust, this is this, this is that. And then you basically funnel Clayton, the host right there, into talking about those other things that other people don't necessarily talk about, into the Earth not being what we know it to be. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, and it's another indicator that just exactly what I said before, how like you have to play their game because it is their script, and they're going to allow you to do this or do that. So you have to like almost fake it to make it, to get some happier point across in order for people to entertain, the rest of it. It's almost like you have to fight fire with fire, so lack of better words.
No, totally. I dig it. RG.
What up, dog?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Good to see you. How you feeling?
Good deal, man. I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm enjoying life, man, till I can't enjoy it no more. But yeah, man, I missed the first part of the show. I'm kind of just by y'all's conversation, I'm kind of getting the feel of it, though.
This was not the first part of the show. I can tell you that right now.
Okay.
Not
I got into this research, man, and I was talking to Justin a little bit, but he said you had two things going on, and so I didn't. You seen my comment on the other side, your other stream.
Other stream,
I think.
I
don't know.
In the waters, he's got two streams. One's a vertical and one's horizontal.
I'll be honest with you, man. This whole vertical horizontal thing, like, I don't know what they doing. Damn, I don't know what.
I thought it just made it an option for the viewer. Like, they get to select it on one stream, like the same stream. They open two streams. I thought it was just, it makes it to where it's an option for the one stream to do either or.
They're giving me too many options, man.
Yeah,
I'm like, look, man, just give me the same old shit that I had before. This other thing is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's weird, man, because the first stream I was on a second ago, it was like big, like elongated. It had your picture and everything and more enlarged, right? And then now I jumped to, I thought was the regular stream. There's two simultaneously that I can see now on StreamYard. I can see both of them.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Let me get rid of. I got rid of the vertical one just for now, just because. God Dog, man. Next time I'm gonna make sure that when I get to do the option to set up the show, that I don't put that craziness in there. God damn, because YouTube just not YouTube, excuse me, but Rumble just makes the shit just fucking god dog, man. Like,
Yeah,
do
it's
you
all
want it
good though.
vertical or horizontal? Like, man, just put it regular shit. I don't fucking care. Let them figure it out. God damn.
Yeah,
And
you
then
feel
it's like
like
you could
you're
really vote.
like
Right.
you feel
I'm
like
like,
you're in
what
a
do
drive-through or something, taking your
yes.
order.
You
I
want
would like
chicken
one
nuggets?
vertical with yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
RG
man.
sounds just a little bit loud to me. I don't know if it's just
Oh,
me.
am I loud?
Just a
Oh,
little
I was
bit.
Could
gonna say
be.
you sound good to me on
Okay.
my thing,
It
but
might just be me.
Okay.
I don't-
my
But y'all
headset.
both sound good too. Yeah, y'all are in. But hey, just a comment one thing right quick.
Yeah.
You know, and I like how it is being said out loud. Not to take things at face value, and from their track record and stuff. It's like they're full of shit. From their track record. But when you get done with this, I do want to say that things that were recorded or put in print or physical like things you can see that were in Antarctica at the time. I wanted to bring to your attention. Here in a little bit, but
Wait, what do you mean that were things that were recorded by whom?
well, I know it's kind of burnt out by now, but I really didn't do this research until later and came to it just independent research and things that were in Antarctica and right next towards where the TFE was said to be, the Union Glacier.
Right.
And we know there's a mountain range there. It's called the West Antarctic Divide. And there's a range of mountains to the right of them. If you were, say, you see the continent that they give you of Antarctica and how it's shaped, right?
Okay. A big
And
ball
then
or a
where
big circle with yeah, got you.
Like a
the little
brain.
thing that sticks out. Yeah, like a little brain with a little, yeah. But anyway, so there was a lot going on that we didn't realize, or I didn't see anybody else mention. Yeah, that NASA was doing at the time.
Okay.
And they were launching 2 balloons, right, with this next generation. They call it next gen technology. That how they got the big underground station that they look at neutrinos, right? They're supposedly that's what they do with this
underground station. Where in the Cheyenne Mountains or where?
No, in Antarctica at the South Pole location.
I've never heard of this.
They have the whistleblower that supposedly worked there and has Havana syndrome. The guy that went around, Eric Hecker. He's I don't know. I'll have to just show you one day. But what had happened is, so what I think happened is that they literally physically had a way of showing a 24-hour sun, but it only went around. It's a balloon, right? That went around in a small area, but at 120,000 feet, I think is what they said.
Really?
On this paperwork. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's a huge, like 100-foot balloon that's silver. It's really highly reflective, right? And the thing it was carrying, it had a payload that it was carrying of like brand new instrumentation to go to low Earth orbit, right? Just way high up, and take in these neutrinos that are. And they had to do it in a place that was highly noiseless, right? There was no other radio waves or stuff that would interfere, right?
Right.
With what they recorded, and supposedly they were taking in these high energy neutrinos, which I've told y'all before. I don't want to go over it too much and
you went over it a lot right now. I'm like,
well, there was these huge balloons, like they were different. They're not like these high, like stretchable. How do you say it?
They look more like the Chinese spy balloon, the big old round ones.
They're just
so
more
they look
round
like
and
like
circular.
Thicker.
right.
Yeah,
Like the
thicker.
Chinese spy balloons, right?
Right.
Those were
Well,
those
this was
look like actual.
the
Those look like spheres.
yeah, and this was a sphere, and it was silver, like whatever it's made of. I've got all the paperwork and shit and all the stuff I researched, but I just wanted to let y'all know that, and let you know that I did some research that I just haven't shown anyone yet, but I
They
think
did
it's
that
the right time.
December 2014, same time as the TIP.
Yes. Yeah. December 11th, there were a lot of articles written, and they were going to send up the balloons, and the latitude longitude is 79, 28 or 26. That's where the camp was, Union Glacier. And on the other side of the mountain range, is where they did their test. So it seems to line up in the way that if these guys were literally in Antarctica, I think that's how they would affect it. And yeah, that's that. And we may have lost Vlad, I guess.
What'd you do, RG?
Oh shit!
I
I'm
don't.
back.
Oh,
My
there
bad.
you go.
I'm back. I fell off for a
Okay.
second. Then I'm back. But
Okay.
I heard what you said. But I was like, Flat Bob. I have no idea what freaking material them balloons are made out of.
Yeah, I can drop a link here for them if you want to go read about it
Yeah,
and
yeah. Go ahead.
actually
Drop the
see
link.
the balloon.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I'll
they
do
didn't
it in the
spook me.
back chat here.
It didn't spook me. No, somebody was fucking with my stuff and then freaking said that I was dropping spam in there. So I had to kind of reboot my thing. But no, I heard them.
Yeah.
But I
That's
don't
a
know.
good move.
I don't know what the hell those balloons are made out of, but they're made out of some kind of material to withstand that freaking crazy pressure and craziness up there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
the
So
lack,
it's
not even pressure, but rather the lack of pressure. Excuse me. All right,
yeah.
Roger, what's going on, man? Good
Yeah.
to see you.
Oh, go ahead. Hey, look, I'm gonna drop some links in the back chat here,
Yeah, go ahead, man.
and you could do. All right, but I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah. So let's finish up Redacted real quick, y'all. I'm over here fucking wilding out. Let me go ahead give y'all back Redacted. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Boom. We'll let Mr. Harvey finish up. And for y'all that didn't get that, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the link to Redacted. Please make sure to subscribe to those guys so then that way we can give them the credit, right? Subscribe to Redacted, right? Because they have these fringe news informations. It's like they're on the outskirts of the news, but at the same time, when they don't provide the information that's necessary that we need to hear, I'm like, they ain't giving it to us, man. I can't trust them. I have a hard time trusting these dudes. And so we don't hear about these guys like talking about why it's necessary to understand the true worth and where it is we're not, why it's necessary to know this as a foundation. You know what I'm saying? And when they don't do that, when they don't deliver, man, I have a hard time just fucking with them. I just do. That's me though. So you do what you do, but me, I can't really fuck with it. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something, but we'll go to Redacted. We'll go to Redacted. We'll let you kind of see that real quick. And there it is right there. We'll let them finish.
So yeah, maybe they're cut, go ahead.
And another one that really just struck me when I went down this rabbit hole was the photographs of Earth from space. I mean, you remember the blue marble that they put on our iPhone when we first got the iPhones? That's not even a real photograph. And when you dig deep, it's like a NASA guy has this long explanation about how he had to create it in Photoshop. And I'm like, how high have they really been? And then you catch astronauts saying that we've never been above low Earth orbit before, kind of a slip up. And so if we didn't go to the moon, which I think is pretty well accepted, especially most people in this audience, then you have to ask yourself, how high have they really been? You've got satellites up there for decades, tens of thousands of them, and not one of them has turned around and taken a picture of our home in one full frame. Every single one is created in Photoshop. I always ask people to pull them up, and then you get one that they admit is fake. Another one's got something funky written in the clouds. Then you find two that are from 20 years apart, and they have the same cloud pattern, like identical, showing they're using trickery. So it's just, you just have to ask why. And I'd really like to know where our tax dollars are going, because a lot of it goes to NASA.
Right. And these secret off the books projects. So it's like it's being funneled there and then siphoned off into these defense contracts. You're right about that. In fact, last year, I think we covered here how Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation, they were presenting U.S. moon photos, and Russia, I think through their own AI tools in Russia, has concluded that they were 100% fake, or they knew with 99% certainty that the United States moon landing photos were totally faked. And Putin just said, I'm not surprised, because I think he knows.
I know. Yeah, at this point, the moon landing one is kind of that, oh yeah, we all know that's fake at this point. I mean, you just simply look to the astronauts. The 3 men that got back looked like they were being served a life sentence.
Right.
You know, watch a championship basketball team's reaction, and then watch those astronauts and think about why they're so different. They should be the same, and they're not even close. So it looks like men forced to lie. You know, Neil Armstrong gave like one speech for the rest of his life, and he said something like, I hope that the younger generations can peel back truth's protective layers. I mean, talk about a cryptic thing to say as an astronaut in one of your only speeches to a bunch of young people. And, you know, Buzz Aldrin's been caught slipping up. I feel like Buzz Aldrin wants to tell us. He's probably just scared to death. But, you know, he had an 8-year-old ask him why we haven't been back to the moon in 50 years. And he's like, well, that's my question. And it's because we didn't. And then he just starts to mumble and fumble. And it's like, man, you're not acting like you went, you know?
No, I've interviewed Buzz Aldrin. I didn't get a chance to talk to him specifically about this. It was a brief interview years ago. And boy, do I wish I would have. But there's been a number of times, not only that interaction with that 8-year-old where he was like, we haven't been to the moon. He like just openly admits that we haven't been there. You wonder as he nears, you know, if he would just, you know, come out, if there's some sort of something he's written down somewhere for family members that he can release this information, it would just shatter everything we know about this. You're right. And then that press conference with Neil Armstrong and Bud, they're all sitting there. It looks like they're at a wake. You know, they're miserable after they get back there. I mean, people are like, oh, well, of course, you know, you travel, but it was days, or it was like more than a week or so. I mean, it wasn't like within the first 10 minutes of them landing in the ocean. Like they had been back for a while before they did that press conference, if I'm not mistaken. And there's been a number of times though that I've just been curious. Buzz Aldrin's comments about not going to the moon and we haven't been there. And that wasn't the only time he said it, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's been a number of times he sort of slipped up, and you know, it just there's been a couple of different ones. I mean, you've had a guy on the ISS say it was callers calling in or something, and he said, you know, talking to you just from the other side of the country in Maryland or something. He almost made this reference as if he was in California or he was in Maryland, and it's like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be in space and not really stationary. You know, why would you reference like where you are? And from the gravity pockets, you've had the guys actually drop objects on the ISS where things are supposed to float. So I just keep asking, like I asked in that meeting, you know, I'm not trying to make any positive claims here of what's going on, but why are we faking the videos if we're up there? If I tell you I own a Ferrari and I keep sending you pictures of me standing next to the car, and each time you can disprove that I've faked it, I'm not going to trust you going forward about this Atlas thing. I'm not going to trust you about going to Mars. And I'm going to return over every stone from the Challenger explosion, which I also did a speech on, and Gus Grissom, who was tragically killed, I believe, by NASA in 1967.
Well, people are saying, well, yeah, Buzz Aldrin's old. He has dementia. I don't know that that's the case, but he said these statements years ago. I mean, these are like decades old statements. So this is not like something he said last week, just to be clear about that. I want to get your take on this before we let you go, Justin, which is about this 3i Atlas. And NASA now coming out, I think today, I think it was officially today, where they're basically now saying that this is a comet. That's what their official commentary is on us. Although they wouldn't let us use their cameras, we wouldn't get close-ups when it was nearing Mars. They gave us the lower resolution photos. They wouldn't give us the high definition photos, which we know they have. What do you make of this position on 3i Atlas as an interstellar object? It's simply a comet here, even though it's been acting incredibly odd for an object like this.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it because, you know, it's a big problem when our only authority and source on the information is NASA. You know, we have no way to verify if that was really a black hole they took a picture of, if this is really this thing coming at this speed with this trajectory. I mean, we're just looking at lights in the sky, and they could tell us it's something. It could fly by and be no threat. They could be fear mongering us. We could be mustering up new emotional support and a budget for NASA in a way. I don't know. I've always theorized that the final card is the sort of fake alien invasion. If they can't fool us with false flag terrorism,
Y'all
fake alien
see,
invasion,
y'all see how
we
they
could
do
be
that
mustering
bullshit?
up new emotional support and a budget for NASA in a way.
Look at that.
I don't know.
Y'all see how they do this bullshit? They put a bunch of flour on the background. They just put a bunch of spots on the background. And then this is what they do. They just change it. Man, these dudes are just devious, man. Look at this shit that they do. Look at this.
I've always theorized that the final card is the sort.
That's your point of reference is that background. And then they want to be like, see, that's it right there. And I'm like, they're not serious people. Or, it's not that they're not serious people.
It
They're
looks
not
like
taking
Hunter
any
Biden dropped his Coke bag.
Right, and it's spilled all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, these people aren't taking us seriously, man. They're fucking with us.
A fake alien invasion. If they can't fool us with false flag terrorism and viruses and all these climate hoaxes, all these things that they've tried, and maybe we're about to kind of get our power back and win the info war. A lot of people think the final card is a fake alien attack, which would really, get us back into, oh, hey, government, save us from this threat, kind of like they wanted us to do with COVID. So I always tell people to have their guard up for that sort of scenario. Take everything they say with a grain of salt and just keep an eye on it. We really can't do anything but kind of watch what the information they feed us and vet it and, use our discernment.
Right. They would love nothing more than to use these reverse engineered craft that they have to kind of pretend that they're aliens and get us all scared. No, we need to herd you into a biometric tracking, future where we monitor everything. It's for your safety. So, and I know Jeremy Corbell has warned about it. He said this is one of their plans. They're going to say there's a large interstellar object coming. It's of unknown origin, and we all need to be controlled and, sort of herded and corralled.
So you're right on the money because to me, Jeremy Corbell almost sounds like he's a flat earther, but whatever. I'm not going to put words in nobody's mouth.
Just waiting for that to happen. I know it's coming. Justin, great to have you here. Real treat. I always love. I'm always pleasantly surprised when we have a new guest on and we haven't had on before, and you make me smile. So love to have you back on. Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing there. Going after.
Okay, so that's redacted, y'all. That was redacted having our one of our flat Earth people on there, and so I think to me that is a W. That is something. You know what I'm saying? To get the information out there. It's basically like saying, tell me you're a flat earther without telling me that you're a flat earther. It looks like we lost our G. But
yeah, no, he made a lot of good points, man. He did a really good job. I can only critique a little bit, and that's pretty good because I have high standards.
Yeah. And you know what, man? This guy, man, like I don't. He's careful, and I think I get it. I think I understand why he would approach it like that, and it's like because he might have been coached.
Man, you're walking on eggshells, right?
Yes, and he might have been coached by the people on Redacted. Like, all right, look, man, I hear you got good information. Do not say flat Earth. You cannot say flat Earth. Do not say flat Earth. Do not say the firmament. Do not say. And so he's like, okay. So now he has to tailor his whole, how he's going to divulge it to everybody into what it is he gave us right there. And to me,
and honestly, it's a good approach anyway.
Thank you.
It really is, because we could stick to simple facts, without saying the words flat Earth, just water. It's level, right? There's no convexity. I never said flat Earth.
But when you say that though, JJ, you got to remember, some people would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's level. They'll be like, what's level? That's the thing is, I'm not saying that we're smarter than anybody. Please, y'all out there, do not take it as that. I'm not saying that we're just better or smarter than anybody, but where we are in our thinking is totally different, right? When we see certain things, we might see they might set off different triggers in a flat earther than they do in a normal lay person. You understand? Like if you see a series of 33s, Your layperson might be like, oh, a bunch of 33s over there. We
Right.
might see that and be like, hey,
Mhm.
what the hell's going on? I'm not going there. What the fuck kind of operation are these guys running? You know what I'm saying? 33. And you're like, oh, and it's got checkers all over the place. Oh, hell no. You don't see a problem with that? You ask a regular person
Right.
this fucking thing, they'd be
No
like, oh, what
problem.
the fuck is wrong with you? Shit, no, I'm going over there. They sell the best ice cream in the town. Blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? So it's where you are at that time,
No
what you
doubt.
can see versus what other folks, it's totally oblivious to them. And that's
Yeah.
okay.
So sometimes you need those kid gloves. That's all.
It,
You know,
exactly.
you gotta break it
And
down to layman's terms and just keep it simple, stupid kind of
yep.
mentality. You know.
Motorboater 69, brother. I see you, fam. I see you, man. I see you. Don't worry. I am not ignoring you. What's good? Good to see you. Let me make sure that you guys get that. I apologize. Lord Racer, if I didn't see that. Centero 59, good to see you, brother. Heron song, good to see you, sis. Amazing. Zach Sullivan, it's always a pleasure having you, sir. Haven't seen you in a while. Flat Water 588, good to see you, man. Ooh, if you guys hadn't seen it, Flat Water, Flat Earth put out this amazing. Oh, time out. Hold on.
Drop a link.
He put out an amazing, like, it's good to see Flat Water, Flat Earth. You know, he comes out and he does his thing, but he put out an amazing fucking episode on the North. It's here somewhere. There it is. Cool. So 2 days ago, Flat Water, Flat Earth, shout out to him. I think he's been here a few times, if I'm not mistaken. He's been on
Yep,
the
you know.
channel. Huh?
I've seen him a couple times.
Yeah, a
Lately.
couple times Flat Water, Flat
Recently.
Earth has come
Yeah.
through, you know. And this is his latest on the North. If you're not subbed to Flat Water, Flat Earth, please make sure to subscribe to him. Also, please make sure to subscribe to Feed Your Mind TV. He just dropped another one. Anytime I see these Flat Earthers drop their stuff, man, I get excited. I love watching their stuff. It's amazing. This one right there. And yes, see, the Akinator. Good to see you, bro. The Akinator knows what I'm talking about. It was a really good explanation on the North. Now, I'm not going to do it, but I want to show you guys something that I got in the mail today. This book right here. Can you guys see it? Let me know if you can or if you can't. Can you see it?
Doesn't look like it.
Them motherfuckers look like a bunch of turnips with smiles on their face or smiles on their body or smiles on their turnip body. Those are not turnips. Those are blemmies. I was recommended to get this book. Apparently, this book has to do with the old world, the world that we don't see that exists anymore. I'm going to read this motherfucker. I'm going to break it down and I'm going to tell y'all what it is. Amazing stuff from what I've heard. From what I've also heard, it's a lot of English that's a little bit different from what it is we have. So hopefully this is like an abridged version. Yeah, it's called The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. Mandeville, the two L's at the end, right? L-I-L-L-E, Mandeville. The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. It almost reminds me of like a Gulliver's Travel, this right here. But apparently this right here talks about the old world. So I'm going to break this book down. It's not much. It's like what, 200 pages? Yeah, it's like 200 pages this. Not much at all. 200 pages. I could cut through this in like a good solid weekend to myself. I could get through. So check that out. You guys definitely highly recommend keeping an ear out because I am going to cut through this thing. Just seeing the blemmies on the front alone and being recommended this book. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All day. All day. Yeah. So Zach Sullivan, Flat Water, Flat Earth he's got some good stuff for years. Subscriptions. Seems like you have thousands. Well, no. I don't have thousands. I think I have like 1,200 subs, 11, almost 1,200, like probably a little over 12. I don't know. I've got like 1,200 subs or something like that. I don't know. I don't. I don't know how I manage it. I'm not gonna. I'll be like, oh well, I put sprinkle a little bit of salt here, and then I actually carry on, and then no, I don't do all that. Like I don't even know. I don't even know. They come, and then some people, like with today's topic, with the race, they don't like it, and some people leave. Like I kind of expect that. You know what I'm saying? Um, my thing is just to keep it honest all the time, and then whoever comes, and then whoever leaves leaves. Like I don't fight anybody to stay or go or anything else like that. So you know, it was good to see you, Zach Sullivan, man. It's been a while, bro. It's been a while. I know you were knee deep in your research and stuff like that. You know, but yeah, man. Like there's been a lot going on. It's this book. It's the holidays coming up, and again, I'm going to harp on the holidays. I'm definitely going to harp on the holidays, y'all. Some people may not celebrate the holidays. Me, I only I'm going to go to the I don't know if I'm going to go to the American Legion and help, or if I'm going to go to the freaking Elks Lodge and help. But typically, I like to give my time to those institutions and help out. Give out food, and if they need to deliver to old folks, my thing is to get like the old vets or to get the old people some food because they're not mobile and stuff. So I want to be available for that. Um, I don't really, other than that, I really don't do holidays like Thanksgiving. I don't do all that. Family, maybe yes, I'll get with family, see family, but yeah, I don't celebrate like that. And like I try not to. To me, it's like I want to talk about the flat earth. I want to talk about the flat earth. I want to discuss about the flat earth. I want to discuss about the old world. I want to do those things. I don't really, to me, like if I'm getting with my family and we're going to talk about flat earth, shit, that's what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fucking sit there and talk about nonsense like the fucking government and all that bullshit. Nobody want to hear about that nonsense, man. Nobody want to hear about that nonsense. I want to talk about the flat earth and why we're being fucked with and lied and other conspiracy theories. Like that's the shit that be on the front of my mind at all times. You know what I'm
My
saying?
mom and I were funny, man. We turned Thanksgiving into its own holidays. It's called Happy Birthday Day. So everybody's birthday is celebrated on Thanksgiving, and nobody expects nothing because it's everybody's birthday. So it's kind of a cheesy way to get out of having to buy people shit. And you don't have to worry about remembering everybody's birthday. Just tell
Happy
everybody happy
birthday day.
birthday day, and we're good. Yeah,
Yeah.
good times.
Yeah. And I mean, that's cool. That's cool. Like
It was
everybody got
crazy.
getting the same thing, nothing. But we getting together. At least y'all are getting together. So
Yeah, they had a tradition, man. They'd go camp out for a week every Thanksgiving for a whole week, man. It was cool. They bury a turkey and cook it underground and shit. We had a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. Oh, that sounds like the Hawaiian style. How they do the luau's and stuff. How they do the pig,
Exactly.
roast
Yeah.
pigs. But me, I don't eat pork, but I like the style of just taking it, putting it in the thing. But you want to know something? Heron song, December 20th, alone on the beach somewhere, getting a tan on your arse. No, it's a real old. I feel you. I feel you. You want to know something? This I guess the thing I like about the holidays definitely is being able to help out, but getting with my family, getting with the people. My thing is I try to hit up my family as much as possible throughout the week, during the weekends and stuff like that, because I've got time. While I was in the military, I didn't have time, or I wasn't in the proximity of my family to be able to do those things that I wanted to do. I missed communions, birthdays, marriages, funerals, birthdays, weddings, communions, baptisms, all that. I missed everything. All these kids, right, that are being born while I was in the service, and I didn't get to see them have their confirmation, have their freaking baptism, have their christening, or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? I missed out on all those things. So I feel that God blessed me with, and I know some people, if you don't want to say God, I get it. But I feel that the creator of this universe has blessed me with time now to where I can celebrate my family and those that I'm not going to have them. You know what I'm saying? And like
Amen.
I look at them and I think about them every day, because it's like one day I ain't going to have them people. And you know, I think about that a lot. You know, my parents, man, they work my nerves. Let's say that my parents work my nerves every chance they get. They work my nerves. I just saw them this weekend. As soon as I stepped into the house, it was like 7 minutes in, and they were just working me hard. And I was like, God, dog, man, my parents were getting on me, man. But you want to know something? I look at it like this. I would much rather my parents work my nerves than me not having parents to work my nerves. Because I just had a friend of mine lost her mom just like that. Just like that. Her mom just fell, collapsed, and then though her days were numbered. Right? This is recent. This was in the last month, right? And like I think about that, and I'm like, I see my parents out here carrying on healthy and shit, walking around, and it's like every day that I see them, it's almost as if I'm like, yeah, this is normal. To me, when I see that, I feel as if I'm taking advantage of the time that I have. Not taking advantage, but I'm taking for granted. Excuse me. That's what I meant to say. I'm taking for granted the time that I have with my family, with my parents. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they old as fuck, man. My parents are old. They may be lively and everything, and they may seem like the parents that I had when I was a kid. They seem the same exact way. They're the same parents that I had when I was a kid, dancing all the time, fucking off all the time, bullshitting all the time, right? But then at a moment's notice, they can fall. And you know how old people are. Old people fall for the craziest reasons. They just fall down the stairs, just trip on some ice, trip over a Lego or whatever. They just fall. And then you lose them. And then as soon as you lose them, guess what, man? They're gone forever.
Yeah, you don't realize what you got till it's gone, man, and it's easy to take for granted.
Yeah, man.
But time is the most valuable thing on earth, man. You can't get it back.
Yep. It's tough, man. It is tough. And you know, I see a lot of my friends losing their parents. And this is almost like it's happening now that, you know, I'm almost 50 years old, right? And so this is the time in our lives where the guys that we grew up with, the girls that we grew up with, their parents are starting to, and even some of the guys and the girls that we grew up with, they're starting to die. They're dying off, right? For whatever reason, whatever you want to say. But the parents, they're dying off. They're going away. The guys that helped raise you, right? Kind of whoop your ass, slap you upside your head if you ran on their lawn when you wasn't supposed to. They caught you out there fucking off doing some stuff when you wasn't supposed to. Those same people, they're starting to disappear now. And so, like, I look at that and then I'm like, one of these days, man, if it ain't me, because that's just a natural progression of things. If it's not me, one day those same people that just be getting on my nerves all the time, I'm not gonna have them around. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
it's
have them
tough,
around.
man. You can't let the petty things, I mean, if it's serious, then yeah, you need to hold anybody accountable. But when it comes to your family, it's like the petty things will really get you because you'll spend 3-4 years of arguing or not liking each other. And then next thing you know, they pass. And that's all you're going to remember is how you spent the last 3 years that you had to be with them,
Amen.
hating each other or arguing. Or I could relate to that, man.
Yep. Exactly.
Sad. Yeah.
It is. And then you don't have that opportunity for closure. And hopefully you do. Hopefully you have that time right now to make things right. You know, I tell you, man, like I've been fortunate. I'm not trying to brag, but I've been very, very, very lucky to have the type of parents that I have, but also that they had the relationship that they had around me in order for me to see that as a kid growing up. A lot of people aren't fortunate with that because I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, I didn't have a close relationship with my mom, or I didn't have a close relationship with my dad or my siblings. You know, like you hear about this all the time. And to me, it hurts me when I hear of this because I'm like, God damn, man,
It's
that
the
is
nuclear
your
family that's destroyed,
yes. I'm like, that is
It's
your
heartbreaking.
blood, man. That
There's
is
so
that
much
that
dysfunction out there. It's like you can't
yeah,
even blame half the people that disown family because of
right,
someone's actions. But it takes
right.
two. It takes two.
It does.
It's a two-way street, man.
It does, but when you see it, and when you see it and you don't experience it, not only do you not understand what it is they're going through, but you feel like, oh,
They're
goddamn,
lost.
like
Yeah.
you feel it like, goddamn, like I wish you would have had the relationship that I had with my parents. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because I'm so close with mine, or I'm so close with my siblings. We fuck off all the time. Every time we get together, it's basically we pick up where we left off at. It's like so seamless how we interact with each other. And it's like, say every once in a while we get on each other's nerve, but the amount of love we have for one another is so strong and it's so tight that when I don't see that for somebody else, I don't scoff at them. I feel hurt for them because it's like, man, I wish you could experience it the way I've experienced it. Now, do I understand where it is they're coming from? I don't really. But do I get why they'd be upset?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit.
Well, in
But I
some
don't
circumstances, it's better to be apart. Like when my
yeah.
parents split up, I felt it was a blessing just because there was too much verbal violence and just you're helpless as a child. You have to witness that, and then you grow up thinking it's okay to treat a lady like that, and it's just
Mhm.
there's a point where you cross a line where it's more harm than good to stay together for the sake of the children.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? That's kind of what I experienced personally, and plus there's a lot of dysfunction in my family personally, and I'm sure a lot of people could relate to where I've disowned family members where I don't give a shit. They're no, you know what I mean? Nobody has
Mhm.
amnesty, but if you have any type of way to save a relationship, do it, man, because time is of the essence, and that's all you have, and it's ticking away.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, all of our time is taken away. It sucks. It sucks. But definitely get with your family, man. Get with your family because our days are numbered. Whether you want to believe that, I don't care how healthy, how young you are. I don't care how many marathons you ran, how strong you are, how good you look. Our days are numbered. They really are. So it's good to just go out there, man, and get with your family, man. I don't know what everybody's relationship is. I'm not gonna tell you what to do or how to do it, but we don't have much time here. And so I think the thing is to have that honest conversation, whatever it looks like, with those that are a part of you. You have that honest conversation because once they're gone, that's it. Time's up. All bets are off, and then you won't have that opportunity to make that happen again. You know? So yeah, man, it's tough, now that like I said, now that my days got, like I said, God blessed me with what I got after I got out the military and my parents are still here. It's like I have no choice but to enjoy the days that I have with them because if I don't have them, once they're gone for good. Harmon, what's going on, man? Good to see you, homie.
I've been monitoring your Rumble thing. I don't know how the guy did it. I'm sure it's been done before. It's first time noticed. He manipulated your thumbs up and stuff and gave you 507 thumbs down.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I don't
I
know how
got
they have they done that before. I haven't seen it.
I don't know, but I got like over 200,000. Hey, man, I think I might have broke a record with how many thumbs downs I got, y'all. But I got so many thumbs downs, they might, yeah. I don't know.
Hey,
I might get arrested.
that even giving a thumbs down is helping your algorithm because people are still watching you, basically.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
even a
that's right.
thumbs
That's what
down
they
still
said.
helps you. It's
Oh, well,
better
Yeah,
than no. Yeah, it's better than nothing, actually.
yeah.
hey,
They don't mind if it's thumbs up or thumbs down. Just people responded. They had to be there
Right.
long enough to respond.
Exactly.
I appreciate it, y'all. Thank you for the thumbs down. Thank you so much.
Exactly. Thank you, Globers.
What am I
It's
gonna
that one
do?
same guy. This one guy, JJ comes on there and he changes his name. He has to make an account every time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll sit there and block him. Vlad's blocked him 2 or 3 times today. I blocked him, and now three big, whatever it is,
Three
3B
bigs.
big.
Yeah, three bigs here.
Yeah,
Three big buddy
yeah.
Bob. Yeah.
Hey, if you hear me, buddy Bob, I tried deleting that, and it says you already just muted him. Just delete that last message.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go.
I appreciate you guys doing the yeoman's work in that Rumble chat. Thank you very much. I don't, you know what, man? The Globers are gonna do what the Globers are gonna do. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. Like we can't. There's nothing we could do about them other than what we do. Hey, kick
Really,
them out.
it really works in our favor because when people outsiders notice the way that they stoop, the way that they don't treat people like they want to be treated by any means, and they're just helping our cause. If you ask me, I think all these negatives that everything tries to be forced upon us is so much positives that come from it if you have the right perspective.
Yeah.
Yes. Saddle Bump, thank you for the link. And also Mad Mac, I think it says. Yeah, I voice text a lot too. I get in a lot of trouble voice texting. If you slur your words or talk like JJ, they come out crazy.
Well, how do I talk, dude? What do you say?
You talk Southern. You talk
Southern.
just not Southern, but just in a.
I'm from the same
You know
place
how
you're from,
what
Holmes.
was that movie star? You remind me of the movie star who just is always never too
Samuel
excited and
Elliott.
talk. No.
Samuel-
Talking about Jimmy Stewart. Jimmy Stewart.
Well, I don't fuck a Jimmy Stewart.
You remind me of that Richard Simmons. Yeah, that's who.
Oh,
Just fucking with you.
Hey, that's my cousin.
I got you.
Leave my cousin out of this.
You remind me of that Tom Cruise. No, it's like Richard Simmons.
No,
Yeah, that's
I was
it.
giving a compliment about Jimmy Stewart. That he always was just a nice, easy talk.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what.
There you go.
Yeah, man, we knew Jimmy Stewart. I remember Jimmy Stewart, man, and I was like, oh man, that motherfucker right there.
The craziest Western in a shootout. He'll talk the guy to death before he shoots him.
I'll tell you what. I think he was from Pennsylvania, Jimmy Stewart.
Was he? I know he was a colonel or a general in the military.
Yes, he was a colonel in the Army, in the Army Air Corps, and I think he was a pilot if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. He was a pilot.
And he was something else.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, you got a couple of pilots that were movie stars in the military and stuff. What's his name? Do you remember that movie the Other Guys?
Oh yeah.
No.
That was with Will
I don't know.
Yeah, with Will Ferrell.
Yeah, where they did the desk pop. That's my favorite part. The desk pop, dude.
So you remember the two cops? You had like Damon Wayans Jr. and the other one.
Mark Wahlberg was in there.
No. The two cops, the two other cops that were always fucking with them.
Yeah, I don't recall. It's been a while.
So I forgot his name, but he was a Marine pilot. He's a retired Marine pilot. I think he retired as a major, if I'm not mistaken. So he retired as a 04. A Marine pilot. So I'm assuming he might have flown Harriers, depending on the type of platform that he was on. I'm assuming he flew Harriers. And if not Harriers, probably F-35s even. Pretty wild stuff. The Harriers, one ugly ass plane. God damn, that's an ugly ass plane.
The old guy in Roadhouse. See, they said Samuel Elliott. The old guy in Roadhouse.
Really?
Everybody thinks my dad looks just like Samuel Elliott.
Does he?
Today's his birthday, actually.
Today's
his birthday.
Really?
Yes, it
irony.
is. Sam Elliott's. Yeah, man.
Weird.
He's 81 years old.
He ain't got many left. What you call it? Some guy said I remind him of Tom Arnold. Yeah.
Oh God.
Who said it? Lock Smart. I think you're not. I think you got your last name wrong. Is it Lock Smart or Mark Lark misunderstood?
Smart Lock.
Yeah, he's got it wrong there somehow.
Lock Smart. Lock S Smart.
Yeah, my uncle always told me if you're gonna be a smart ass, say something smart, dumbass. That's what he always told me.
Well, Subtle Bump says Sam Elliott for you too. I don't see Sam Elliott just because you got whiskers.
My old man
I can
looks
see
like
Sam Elliott because of the beard. Like that's what I was thinking instantly. Yeah.
No, I'm talking by the way he talks.
Yeah.
Just nice and easy smooth talking.
For all you guys that were born on the 23rd of this month, the 23rd of November, it is 11/23. They call that, instead of, how we have 3/14 Pi Day, 11/23. You know what kind of day that is? Fibonacci.
Day. Oh,
Fibonacci Day.
Ah.
Yes. The
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci sequence.
Well, did they
Yeah.
make the calendars to fit their numbers, or did they make the numbers to fit the calendar?
Golden
Because
ratio.
so
Yeah.
in the real world, it's this isn't the real months and stuff.
No, they
No,
need
no,
to go
you're
back
right.
to the 13th
So which
month
came
calendar.
first? Which came first? The Fibonacci code, or did they fit the calendar, or did they come out at the same time?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say that
That doesn't fit it.
I would say that if this is the 11th month, it could have whatever name they want it to have. But it sounds as if this is actually the 9th month.
Well, I'm just saying that all these numbers coincide with our calendar. We know this calendar hasn't been forever. So, like I said, which one came first? There was another question I was asked. I'll ask JJ too. This is a good one. Now, I run into a couple of doctors who've woken up now, right? Some are prominent and stuff like this. And I mean, for those guys to wake up, it's hard because they're really got every kind of scientific minds and all this stuff. I'm not talking about your regular doctors. Sometimes with PhDs and stuff like this. And they sit there, and like one of them woke up around 2017 and to climate change and stuff. Then he started waking up and saying other things. Okay, so you get that, right? You woke up, but yet you run in your business. Now you woke up and you're going off just getting rid of mainstream medicine. So what's harder, that waking up, or a few years later, you're making money off some things that are still part of the heliocentric model, but you don't realize it. But then let's say 5 years later, you realize it is. Do you give up all that lucrative business that you are doing now? I mean, that would be harder for me. I don't think I would give it up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Give it up.
Greedy
I would.
bastard.
Go ahead,
well,
JJ. What were you going to
Nah,
say,
you're
JJ?
good. I was just gonna call him a
But yeah,
greedy bastard.
what would be harder? What would be harder, JJ?
I'd say doing what you're saying. Yeah, they have too much commitment. They got too much invested.
Yes.
Just
And
like,
they weren't lying, or they were just misinformed,
Right.
And
Yeah.
do they give up that $400,000 or $500,000 a year and go to
I
nothing?
would.
It would go to
I
zero.
would, but I mean, that's only if you had something to fall back on, even if it wasn't
Right.
as much. You can't just fall to nothing. But I would definitely wing my way out of it because I have a conscience, bro.
Yeah.
That's
I
just
wonder
me.
how. I think they're just waking up to that point. So I wonder what they're going to do. That's the
just
next thing. I
evil,
mean,
man.
well, it's tough. You got kids, you
evil.
got families, you got everything. It's not evil, and they're not really misguiding
No,
them.
the
It's
big pharma.
like selling
They're
snakes.
working
Like
for the mafia.
no,
man.
they're not working with Big Pharma. They're done with Big Pharma.
Oh, okay. I got you.
But
So
some
they're
of
like
their
independent
healing products
doctors?
and stuff that they come to that their information came from Big Pharma, but they don't realize it. Remember how I always say,
Yeah.
I look up and see what I'm still believing in the heliocentric model that I don't know that I am.
Right.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
gases and everything. Right.
Yeah.
It's like that. They don't realize it. A few years later, they're going, oh no, what do you do? And it's not
Yeah.
bad.
No.
It's just, it's
Yeah, that's why I say that the highest form of education today is the ability to unlearn. Because these people, they know it all, but they don't realize that, there's a lot of poison that they gotta. That's the hardest part is like not going to your instincts to rely on the information that you've relied on your entire life. You've relied on that information, and now all of a sudden you got to stop. That's a very tricky thing to do. I'll catch myself, or saying globe on accident or, something stupid, which, that don't make me a shill or a glober by any means, but it's just instinctive because it's so repetitive throughout your life.
It is. It's all that pump. You got to understand too, man. It's those accolades that they get. It's the hype that people put behind when they accolade them. And then they're like, so you mean to tell me I'm getting all these accolades? You mean to tell me I'm getting all these props and what it is it's a lie. They don't want to accept that. A lot of people don't want to accept that. They're like,
they're in
fuck
too
no,
deep.
it's not a lie.
Some people get in too deep. There's just too much. That's where cognitive dissonance comes in too, because it's just too overwhelming to start over at that point. It's just too much, and that's where cognitive comes from.
Yeah, it's and you know what? Like I could see why these guys they have been so bred to believe that bullshit that they're like, oh, I learned about the neutrinos and the stuff that you were talking about. I learned about this and I learned about that. There's no way in hell they could have made that up.
Right.
To fit
Right.
their fucking world,
So-
man, they sure
It's
could.
like a PhD, preaching his thing when,
Yep.
let's say he realized the earth is flat. He can never admit that.
Oh God, no.
His entire
Oh,
career, his entire
have you guys
existence has
have
been-
you guys heard of Steve Young, the physicist?
Yeah. Left-handed
I-
quarterback for the 49ers.
Yeah, that's the joke. Didn't laugh. I didn't laugh the first time. I'm laughing the second time. It's not funny. Anyway, this guy
Lad
Steve
knows
Young.
those left-handers, man.
Have you heard of him yet, JJ?
No.
Well, he had woke up during the 2020 thing, right? And he got his degree in PhD. He's got a PhD in physics and stuff like that, right? So anyway, most of his life though, after he got it, he joined a band and he was trying to make a band and he was just doing that. But during 2020, everything crashed down. So he started looking at things, going back and looking at things. Then he's realizing, wow. Then he learned the Earth was flat, and he learned all this kind of stuff. But now he's just waking up to it. Just like this last week or two, he went on. Have you heard of Dr. Tom Cowan?
No.
Anybody? That's big. That's big names to people who woke up during the 2020s and stuff like that, the early 2019. So anyway, Dr. Tom Cowan had him on the show a couple of days ago, and he's talking about, nukes aren't real and all this. He's learning this on his own. At least he's learning it without people. Right. But I'm sitting there listening to this guy who has massive years of education, and he's talking baby truther stuff to excuse the term, but I like that. He's just learning and going, dude, I'm smarter than you.
Well, and
I just say I'm more informed than him.
Oh yeah,
more informed, and there's nothing wrong with that, man. Like everybody's journey is so unique. This is why it's interesting when you see people going through it.
Well, see, those guys don't, and you probably know, Vlad. These guys, they don't believe you're validated unless you write a book and stuff. Of course, he came out and wrote a book real quick because that's how they validate themselves is they write a book.
Yeah, they appeal.
And he's already got
credentials.
That's how they think, Well, I got to write a book. And it's like when I met this guy at that conference, at expo we had, right? And I was telling him stuff about like this. He says, well, you need to write that down. I'm talking to a physicist, right? And he goes, well, you have to write that down and do like that and document it. I said, no, I know it. That's all I care. Well, how do you know? You have to write it down. Writing it down doesn't make it so, though. That's what I was trying to tell these people.
Oh, well, this needs to go in the books. This needs to, and you want to know something? It revolves. This is one thing I know, right? This world is so corrupt. And it just like you said, Harmon, they're like, oh, you need to write it down. Well, write it down. Why? And so it could go in a book, so it could do this, so you can get credit for it, so you can get accolades and then all the other things. And it's like, it's like you are so everything they do. And I'm not saying that you can't get any monetary gain out of a lot of these things that you do because it is your work. But everything they need to attach to something physical. They need to attach it to something physical. Write it down. Now do this. Now do that. Make money and then be bound even more so to this world. Like everything.
And this guy's telling me, get this book and read this book and read this book. I said, why do I want another man telling me what he's thinking?
Right.
I mean,
it's almost
I don't get it. I can go out and observe it and see it.
Right. And then you're going to put your thing out there and then they're going to tell you what it is you're actually seeing and this and that. And then, oh, well, that's actually wrong because this is the gravitational pull of this and that from the quasar. That's actually, the 55 billionth, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you don't know about the Mesoteric era, do you? And then it's like, well, what the fuck does that got to do with what I've just fucking observed?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then these motherfuckers, they attach the physical world so bad to everything, even if it's theorized, even if it's all theory based, to everything. And then we're like stuck here. We're stuck in this bullshit
by design.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this link.
What you got?
This is Dr. Tom Cowan's link, and the guys. Listen to this. These guys they're good people, and they're just learning. But I just saying how much we know by not I like what he said, not learning. What'd you call it? Unlearning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here's I don't know if I can drop it. Let me see. Paste. There's Dr. Cowan. You guys should know him. I mean, he doesn't say he's a flat earth, but we know he is. But that's another thing. He talks all about the things about flat earth. but he doesn't say flat Earth. You know, he can't with
Oh,
his business. You know, you just can't.
right.
Pretty
But
much what
we
Justin
all
Henry just did.
right, exactly. All of
Yeah.
us that
Yes.
know, we all know. And you want to know something? If you think about it, we really don't have to say flat Earth anymore.
No.
Really, if you think about it, like for those that know, we understand. You don't have to say it anymore.
Well,
It doesn't need to be
like I say,
said.
that's my stick now. I've learned how to talk to people without making flat Earth. I'll meet everybody and I'll just talk to them. I said, hey, did you know the sky's a clock? I just put it, the sky's a clock. I said, how do we measure the sun? How many measure the days? And most of them get sun. Then I say, then how do we do the months? And then hardly any of them get it, but I get moon. Then I tell them about the stars during the year and the seasons, right? And I said, and having even mentioned flat Earth, then I get through all that and get them talking about it and thinking, oh yeah, I see that, and I see that. And so I said at the end, I'll say, that's only possible on a flat Earth. I mean, and that's how I end the conversation.
Hook,
you
line,
know?
and sinker. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't even mention that.
Get 'em to
Literally.
bite, you know.
Roger
And-
Ledwell, I see you. And yes, thank you for the link. Roger's going to be going live here in the next hour or so.
He said
2 hours.
1 a.m. Is that what he said?
1 a.m. East. If it's 1 a.m. Eastern time, then that's
No,
here in the
it's
next
Mountain
like
time.
hour Mountain time. Okay, so
Yeah, he's in.
That's
Denver.
11 o'clock,
yeah. So then right,
my time.
your time. Okay,
Shit'll be
Wow.
3
right.
o'clock your time, Vlad.
Yeah. 3 o'clock. It's gonna be
Yeah,
late as fuck.
Roger
But if
crazy.
I'm up still, Roger, if I'm up still, definitely I'll drop on in though.
Roger's to blame for me dragging ass all day because this guy starts his streams at like 11:45, and I'm like way ready for bed, and then I get all amped out. Don't go to bed till 3.
Yeah.
Got to get
Hey, you
up
guys
at
in the
7.
chat though, check on that link. And his latest talk is with that Steve Young. And yeah, so that's quite interesting. And you listen to how far we're ahead of these guys who are just learning that. But I think it's harder for them. Like I say again, it is harder for them because it goes against years and years of indoctrination of college. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, their whole life is wrapped up.
And
into
just
it,
like
man.
Vlad,
Literally,
tell
he
us
probably
about
got
your
kids
instructor.
following
If
their
you don't mind.
footsteps.
Say what? Say what, Harmon?
Vlad, can I tell him about your paper?
Oh, totally, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Can I tell him about your paper
Yeah, totally.
in school?
Yeah, Harmon, yes.
Yeah, the Vlad's going to school trying to get. Okay, I just not getting permission. You know, I don't want to be given a voodoo curse or something. You know how you black guys are. You know, give me a voodoo curse.
What the fuck?
Laugh.
My parents are Haitian.
You know
man.
I'm messing with you. Anyway, the Haitian. That's the Haitian. Well, because you are Haitian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you Haitians got the you see all those movies with
Serpent in the Rainbow.
007
I
and stuff?
know. Yes.
No,
I know.
I'm talking about the 007, man. They had to
Moonraker.
fight those voodoo curses everywhere.
Yeah, I think it was.
Anyway, so
Moonraker. Yeah.
yeah, it was quite a deal. Good acting though. But I forgot what I was gonna say now. I made a joke and went off. Anyway, so the Steve Young and stuff, you guys will appreciate it. They you just, if you guys watch it, you'll appreciate how much more you know and are aware than these people who are so well educated.
Mm-hmm.
Damn right, man.
I'll check them out. I'll check them out. And
there's two kinds of smarts. You know, you got your book smarts and your street smarts. And if you ain't got no street smarts, you're not gonna make it very good in this dog eat dog world we live in, buddy. You know, it's just you got to be it's all about having that right mixture.
Yeah.
Oh, and Vlad, I meant to say Haitian. I wasn't thinking. I was trying to just figure it out. I knew where you were from. I just couldn't remember at the time.
Yeah, nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I was talking about his paper. This is what Vlad did. He entered his paper into his professor the first time. One of them was a different one, and they just didn't like his topics, But he gave this topic this last time, and he says, "And how old is your professor that took this paper?" And said he's never seen it before.
Oh yeah, no, he's been teaching for close to 30 years or something like that.
Can you tell that story a little bit?
Yeah, it's you go ahead, Harmon, man. You
no, you're good.
Man.
Tell your story. Tell your story because it's impressive.
Yeah, man. So I'm doing I was taking a research class, and I have an instructor. He's a professor. He's been doing this for almost 30 years, and he wanted me to do a topic on some intelligence stuff and everything else like that. And the topic that I chose, I'm sure you guys could surmise as to which topic I chose. He said, that is a highly contested and a highly controversial topic. And so what I mentioned to him was because we needed to have scholarly sources in order to provide for that research paper, because this is a research class, right? This isn't emotionally charged or anything like that. And so I said, look, with the libraries that we have, nobody is going to talk about this subject in such a manner. And he said, I understand. Pick a subject, pick a topic, but it needs to be within the realm of science. What do you think the topic was I discussed? So that's the topic I chose. Right. So that's the topic I chose. And I did the research. But the thing is, I've been doing this research for almost a few years now. So my resources were like, I had like close to 50 different resources to give this topic on. I think I did 17 pages. I just needed to do like between 10 and 12 pages. I gave him 17. And at the end, the product, he was very impressed. He said, I've never, ever in all my years of teaching and instructing, I have never gotten a topic like this. He's like, I didn't believe it, but now you've got me thinking. That's all I needed to do. That's all I needed to do was to get him thinking. And I provided my paper. It was well researched. I took some time. Shout out. I'm going to give you guys y'all's credit. Shout out to Eric Dubé. Shout out to Eric Dubé. Eric Dubé, you did an amazing job. You have some great resources. You've made some amazing books, and your books have provided me amazing footnotes as well as an amazing bibliography to go off of. And shout out to Eric Dubé. Shout out to Mr. Hendry. I think it's John. I forget his name. John Hendry. Eric Hendry. Eric Hendry. Shout out to you with your 1001 proofs. The Earth is not a globe, right? And yeah, all these guys, I use their resources and everything to make my thesis. And it was off the chain, and it got the job done. And now we've got somebody that originally was not a believer. Now he's looking into it.
As a
That's all we
skeptic.
need. Yeah.
So how old is this man?
I don't know. I don't know how old he
You guys,
is.
what would you guess?
I would guess he's probably 57, 58.
Okay. So you got a guy who's still really quite there, and you've jogged his brain.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Wow, that's awesome.
And
I've never seen this in my whole life. That's, that's amazing, isn't it? Here he is, so educated, but the education system so pushed away from learning that he's never heard of the simplest things.
No.
Well, a true wise man knows he knows nothing.
Right. And you want to know something? I wasn't trying to wow him with the biggest things. I was like, no, water lies flat. Pilots fly straight. And pilots will tell you they fly straight. Here are the documents. Here's the flight summary. Pilot's flight summary. Here is this. Here's that. Like, these things are normal. Bridge builders, they rely, all of them, everybody.
Here's
Surveys.
a periscope. Here's a gyroscope. Here's a lighthouse.
Yeah. It's pretty basic. It's pretty easy. And you want to know something? We don't have to do much.
Easy for a guy like him.
Say again?
It's not easy for a guy like him, though. I mean, like I was telling you at the beginning, these physicists and stuff, you know how hard it is against everything you've ever thought. I mean, I'm glad I was never in that boat, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, I never even graduated high school.
Yeah. And you want to know, I think it's crazy the world we live in, really. We get lied to so much, and we believe so much of the lies that really that's the language that we speak. It sucks. It really sucks that when you start speaking truths to people, like, everybody looks at you crazy. But I mean, at first we get annoyed with them, but then we have to look. We've all been lied to. Really, that's what it boils down to. And it's funny because when I
Well,
was
that's got to
doing that
feel good.
paper,
You think they'll get back with you?
I think
Yeah.
so. I've spoken to him a few times as of recent, but even still, it's like it's such a simple thing that even with something as basic as the topic that was given, like somebody that far in his education was floored by it. And I'm like, I'm really not that smart. Like I just gave you the truth. He didn't, and you want to know, I feel that have you ever been so thirsty that your first sip of water felt like your entire body got quenched? Have
Yes.
you ever been that thirsty?
I know what
that
you
you're
mean.
like,
Good
you had a-
analogy. Good analogy.
Yeah, that's exactly what it felt like, I'm sure, to him. Because when I explained it to him, and I didn't have to super explain it or anything like that, he just read it for what it was, that he was like, oh shit. Like he really didn't want to admit, but he said, oh wow, like fuck, holy
He
shit.
just
I
got
was like,
smacked.
yeah, yeah. And I didn't have to do
What you
it.
call it? I cut you off. I cut you off when you were going to say, well, when I was doing that research paper, and then you went. Didn't mean to cut you off, but you had a good flow going. Do you remember what you were saying? And when I was doing that research paper, or turned that research paper in, you said something. Do you remember?
When I was
I
doing
know
my
it happened. I cut you off, and you don't remember.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
When I
Well,
was
you were talking about him, and then I asked you. I said, "Do you think he'd get back with you?" I cut you off by accident. I wanted to hear you finish that thought if you can remember.
after okay. So after I gave it to him, yeah, we've been kind of keeping correspondence and everything else. So my thing is, I could care less. I'll be honest with you. I could care less if we keep correspondence. Would I like to keep correspondence with him? Absolutely. Not saying that I don't want to keep correspondence with him, but I wanted to hear what his adventures are. I want to hear about what the future is now, based off of what he's discovered with what I've given him. That's really all I'd like to see what he's come across, really. Like that's it. That's it.
It's
So,
like the
I mean-
Steve Young. There's like the Steve Young. 5 years into it now, he's talking about he doesn't believe the nuclear story is real and stuff. Yeah, but he said to him it's new, and these guys, like you say, they thrive to have knowledge, and now all this stuff is overloading them. Is that what you're talking about? It's just like they're thirsty, and they find
Yes.
this new stuff that's and so the Steve Young is just like freaking out on the simplest things,
bro. And I can only imagine what guys like that have at their disposal and how they do research. You understand what I'm saying? Like newbies like us, like not newbies, but we do research our way. Imagine somebody that's trained to do research. Your job is to be a researcher. And then now you're coming across this new information that is total polar opposite to what you not only believe, but what you understand or what you think you understand. And now you're given this new information that totally contradicts everything that you learned originally, and you're a researcher. Oh my God, I bet he can't sleep. Yeah, absolutely. I bet he's like, I can't.
Well, he wrote a book, He wrote a book. He's on his second book now,
That's how they
Right,
do it.
yeah.
They just write a book.
Yeah, he's like, fuck it, dude. I'm writing a book about this.
But the research to write a book is like you said, just like
Right.
your paper. Look how much research you had to do on that. Can you imagine how much research he has to do to write a book?
Yep. But my thing was my research was easy. My research was like, boom, I know exactly where to go. I know exactly who to go to. And again, shout out to Eric Dubé. A lot of his stuff was researched off of his books. And it's like, it's right here, right? But also what I did was I used CIA documents, unclassified CIA documents, unclassified, excuse me, NASA documents, unclassified Soviet documents. And it's all readily available. This is all readily available to the public. Y'all ain't got to go too far. Matter of fact, if you guys want, I could send you my bibliography, right? The resources that I used, so you guys could see for yourself what it was that I used. to get my information because it's readily available to the public. And this would help you Globers out if you guys think we're full of shit. Like, see the truth. The thing is we're not debating with you Globers because it's not worth debating. It's a waste of time. But I think what you guys need to do is go through those bibliographies the same way I did. I think that would be fair. Go through them the same way I did and just call these guys out as liars if you find fault with what it is they're saying.
I almost see it like, you know, how we were just talking about how they got too much invested with their careers and they can't, you know, ever wake up to reality and like express it like they should because they just got too much invested. I feel like these Globers are like the same way. Like their whole lives are exactly what we're watching, you know, just desperation and infiltration and everything's entertainment. Nothing is, they don't want the freaking truth.
No.
At the end of the day, they don't. And it's a hard pill for them to swallow because they got to give up all the that's all they do. They got to give all that up. If they found
Exactly,
the truth,
JJ.
they went
That's what I'm
after
trying
the
to say.
truth.
So these McToons and all these idiots that keep going to years, they're not smart. They don't want to know the truth. They don't even close. But these guys like Vlad's professor and the doctor I'm talking about and the other doctor, you know, when they saw it, they said, "Okay, let me look into this." You know, those other guys are just straight liars, and when the people keep debating them and have them on their shows, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. What about you,
It's
JJ?
always multifaceted, you know, like I look at a bigger picture and I think that, like, if you think about it, like they've emasculated humanity, bro. Like, where's the real men, right? Like, all these people are following the biggest nerds that nobody would ever give the time of day to. Like, if you've seen a kid like Craig or McToon, I mean, those would be the guys that got picked on their whole lives, right? Pretty much. They're not the cool kids. Let's just put it that way. But here we are now. All of a sudden, they're the cool kids, and that's, you know, it's just everything is reverse engineered, bro. That's all it is, man. Everything.
And you want to know something? They don't believe. You know, we're getting this much flack. Here's why. Like, we could give two fucks what a Glober does, but they care about what it is we do because it's the truth. They're like, we're not bothered by much of what they do. Like, you know, we're gonna get shit on. They're gonna talk shit, but it's to no effect. It doesn't mean anything. It's empty because they have nothing. Like they don't have anything. Kind of like when freaking, you know, the chief of fucking staff, freaking Miller, was like, "You have nothing. You don't build anything." It's kind of like it's them.
Well, if you think about it, we already
don't
know
have
that their heliocentric model and their whole globe has been pushed on you before you're even walking, and that's no exaggeration. Before you're walking, you're wearing, you know, your onesies with Marvin and the Martians. You're watching the cartoons with space and, you know, all this crap. You go in your crib and there's a mogul with the solar system. You go to first day of school, there's a globe on your teacher's desk. So this shit is indoctrinated. So nobody is 50 years old. Oh, I just can't wait to go to a globe channel and learn about the globe. Like, that's just not, without flat earth, they have nothing. That's why they're here, because they suck.
Yep.
And they're
And you know
desperate.
what? And here's the honest to God truth. The reason the globe is like losing, you got to think. The globe really doesn't. Once people start getting to know the globe.
Lad.
What's up?
Spit it out.
They've dropped Saddlebump dropped Roger's link, but Roger dropped what was the person's name? Michelle Ledwell's link. Welcome to Flat Earth. So make sure you guys click on that. And hello to Ryan and to Ryan and who was it? Anyway, someone else was in there that we missed coming up. So do you want to check the chat a little bit?
And Centero,
Go ahead,
what's happening,
lad.
family? Centero's here. Justina, how you doing, sis? I didn't say hi to you yet. Stones for Flar. What retarded bullshit you inbred shitbags talking about? That's pretty funny.
Where's
adios.
the badge?
Bye. Adios.
I miss Sarah G. Yeah.
Sarah G is here though. How you doing, sis? It's good to see you. No, I didn't see Ryan. Let me see Ryan.
But those links are in there for those two
Ryan
channels.
S. Ryan S. Okay, I see him.
Ryan said hello to several people.
Yep. Okay. And Michelle.
Yeah.
No, Michael.
Want to say hi.
Michael Ledwell. Michael Ledwell, not Michelle. I see him.
Yeah, it's
I tell
Michael.
you, when you check the chat and we're in it, it sure feels good when you check the chat, Vlad. It feels good to us in the chat that you
I
see us there.
appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
You
Yeah, I am.
attention
Hey,
whore.
man, I might be stupider than Roger. Roger's actually really smart, so I don't mind being dumber than Roger because I would assume most people are dumber than Roger. So whatever. Roger Ledwell's pretty smart, so I
He's
don't take
smarter
that
than
as a slight.
Einstein.
You know?
He didn't-
Yeah, how dumb do you got to be to be dumber than Ledwell? Well, I guess average. I guess that's normal. Roger's not dumb, so. But
Oh, are you talking
whatever.
about the Rumble chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, if people
Yeah,
can't see that, you got to remember. You tell them you're talking about the Rumble in the Rumble chat. They were saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, they were just being silly.
Vlad is dumber than Ledwell.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
silly.
well.
I'm dumb. Well, you know
that's a
what?
compliment because if he's a genius and you're just below him, that's pretty good company.
Right? And not just that, you guys are here in the company of a dumbass. And actually, 3 dumbasses. You got 3 dumbasses that you're trying to make straight. Like, haven't you guys learned anything? You're not going to get anywhere with us by talking that shit. Like, it's not going to work. You're
Like
just
it really
making
offends you.
Right.
They
laugh
don't
at
know.
it. I'm
They
like,
don't
okay,
have
cool.
nothing. They have nothing.
Yeah. This is the end for them, and they're just trying to find a way to make it difficult for us and everything else. So, like, I understand. Like, I get it. It sucks. I tell you what, man, it sucks to be a Glober. It really sucks to be a Glober because nobody expected this. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we take it back to like 2004, 2005, and you told me this right now about what's going on right now, I wouldn't believe it. I'd be like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. But nobody expected this to go down the way it is. And so I guess you could say because, part of it is because the government is just a bunch of liars. They lie about everything. I mean, everything, right? And these people are tied up and involved with their lifestyle and their way of thinking. Now we are where we are, and we're on the flat or the globe side. This is not a good time to be a globe earther, unfortunately. I'm sorry that it has to be you guys, but it has to be somebody, and it's best that it's y'all and not us. Because you got to realize too, we can do this whole thing where you're making fun of us, but notice what's happening to your numbers. You're not gaining more Globers, but we are gaining more flat earthers
every day, baby.
Every day. I want you to keep that
day.
in mind. And no matter what you say to try and make us feel bad, oh, people are uneducated. Are they really? Are they being uneducated or are they being properly educated?
Yeah, we'll be the judge of that.
Yes.
Hey, anyway, well, you can plug your ears on this one, JJ. Dave Weiss, he has there's been a few flyers out now. He's got a huge podcast he's got on. It's called Brad Lee Dropping Bombs. He's got millions of listeners on the podcast world, and he's already done the interview. And pardon me. And he's already done the interview, and he's they don't know if it's going to be released. It's supposed to be released maybe in January. And people were saying, well, isn't that a long time? I said, it's a huge production. It's not like Dave's just first in line and put me on. You're in line. There's, it's a production show. It's not a little show, And so anyway, I guess he's supposed to be going on in probably January. But anyway, you can take your fingers out of your ears there, JJ.
I heard every fucking word, you son of a bitch. Every freaking word.
Well, that's what you want to know.
You're consistent, JJ. I love that.
Well,
hey, what can I say?
Well, you want to know something? That's just going to be more flat earthers. More people that are going to have the opportunity to think for themselves.
I think this is the biggest one by far. I mean, I looked him up. I had heard of him, but I never watched anything of him. And so I looked him up, and I think he has millions of views on shows. So I thought that was pretty good.
Chill.
Yes, Santeros. I do. Yes, Santeros. You got that right. And Sarah G. What's that? Sarah G. Inland Sea. Is that a new Sarah G. or is that her?
No, that's Sarah G. It's I've not, this, as of late I've been seeing the Sarah G. Inland and Sea as of late, but before that she was just Sarah
YouTube
G.
special. Yeah, it's just going back to their original names.
Okay.
No, Inland Sea, not Ansi.
Inland. Oh, Inland Sea. My bad. My bad. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, well, you put another "and" in there somewhere.
Oh, no, Harmon. All right, man. Golly, man.
And you're the educated one going to
Oh,
college. My goodness gracious.
I just took a class. That's all. Just one class. That's all. I didn't.
Yeah, one class. You're a genius.
No.
All his family are just so proud of him. Vlad's doing this for his parents. It's a great thing. You are. It's very good. He's a good son. He's probably one of the best sons I've seen around, better than I ever was. He's doing this because it makes his father happy.
No, man.
And that's why he's doing
My dad's like, hey, man, just stop. Just don't get in any more trouble, bro.
Don't make me get
right. Okay, I understand. I forgot. Vlad, I forgot. Cool.
Yeah. Don't make me get the bell, man. Don't be getting in more trouble. Marcy Chan. Marcy Chan is in the house, though. Shit, it's been a while. Good to see you, sis.
Much love, sis.
Sue Finelli. Oh my God, we got the Get Fresh crew coming out here. Sue Finelli's here.
Yeah, there they are. Did someone raid your channel or something?
Damn, I don't know. Shit, man. Like everybody's coming out here. I didn't see Maria Walker, but I think Maria was here too.
No Pebbles either.
I haven't seen Pebbles.
No Pebbles or Maria. I haven't seen those two.
Yeah, Pebbles been busy, man. Pebbles got all kinds of shit going on. You know, she's got grandkids and stuff like that. Yeah, Pebbles is that old, believe it or not.
I've been really busy as well. Hence why I didn't stream last week.
You know, I don't blame you. Bro.
Exhausted when I get home.
You put a couple videos out though. I watched those.
Yes,
I like those.
Yeah.
I'm learning, man. It took me 5 months, and I finally start uploading videos.
Yeah,
the one I got the SR-71 Blackbird versus Space Shuttle. I like how you broke it down, but they still won't get it. Well, it went up on a rocket. I'm trying, but you did a very good breakdown on that one. You're very good, Justin.
Yeah, it wasn't me, man. Those are just videos off of other sites.
Right, I understand that, but you still have to put it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? that was real good, man. I commented.
No, you just upload them, really. Basically, I'm just taking stuff from my other channels like BitChute and stuff. I got for years, I just save stuff, put it on my favorite list, and then now I know how to upload and all this crap because I was way behind. Is it
actually a video complete already that you're loading? Then
yeah, I don't get no credit.
Oh, okay. So I thought maybe you stitched it together or something.
Nah. Nah, I'm still learning, man.
You pass it on and it's good. That's good.
Exactly.
What I wanted to also show everybody, there's a treat. There is Jim Anis's one of his latest ones, Sergeant Moon Cookie. So if you hadn't seen that, I want to present that to y'all. And we're going to take a little bit of 6 minutes or something like that. Sergeant Moon Cookie. Wanted y'all to check that out. Our brother dang Jim Anis. Booty hole up in the house, boy.
Just don't say anuses again. Just anus is cool. Anus is you're getting a little carried away there.
No, Jiminus. Here we go, baby. Y'all go ahead, take a break for the next 7 minutes. We'll be right back after these messages.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking.
This is the real star man right here.
Was you the one that said that? That, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking?
Oh, no.
When? Earlier on this?
No, just now. Did you just say that, Vlad?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, no, that was JJ.
Oh, okay. I said, man, that was the best impersonation. I'll give you credit there, JJ.
Thank you. Just remain in your seat and buckle up.
What is this? What's the name of this one?
This is Jim Anis's and this is Sergeant Moon Cookie. Shout out.
Okay.
To Jim Anis. I don't see. Hold on. Let me get it, and we can see. If you look at the bottom of this pane, right here. If you look at the bottom, he's got the date, right? The 6th of November.
No, we can't see that. Yeah, we can't see that.
Oh, dang. Hold on. Let me make sure. That's my fault. Give me a second.
But I know what he does. He shows all the information, temperature, and where he's taking that and all that stuff.
Amazing. Guys, if you want to get into doing what Jim Anise is doing and you want to do it the way he does it, that right there is how you do it, right? The cardinal direction, the relative, condition of the environment, the temperature, right? 10 degrees Celsius, and the humidity. So this is easy. You get it, you just drop it right in there and let everybody else do the rest, right? You guys enjoy the viewing of what this is, but he has this right here available for you.
Yeah,
across
we can see
any
it.
monopolies. You see it at the bottom?
Yes.
Yeah. So let me continue. Guys, I don't know if you're there.
Yeah.
I am looking at the moon, right? And I see all these little white flecks and specks on them. I'm starting to wonder if they're stars.
That was that cocaine we seen earlier. Hunter
Yeah, right.
No, yeah,
I don't know.
that is
I'm
pretty
looking at it, but I'm like, yeah, I'm starting to wonder what the hell are we looking at here? These little white flecks. You see what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah.
You see them strewn about.
It's probably blatant as day what we're seeing, but our mind doesn't know what we're seeing, so we have to go to stars or something. I can think it's all our mind can think of is what we know. And once, let's say we find out someday what it really is, you go, oh yeah, that's obvious, but we never saw it before.
Oh, that's all the reflectors they put on the moon. You don't know?
Oh yeah, that's right. What you call it? Mr. Brenda was showing that the other day. That's what he says it was. He says, "Don't you know he invaded a non-flat Earth channel, trying to hit him stuff with that with Sarah G's channel, and they're all going, what the hell are you talking about, dude? They're not even a flat Earth channel, and he tries to tries to pull that bullshit on their channel. You know, it was funny as hell.
I always look
But-
at the damn navel there because it just reminds me of the Vibes of Cosmos or whatever, where they talk about the superimposed images, where one's actually a picture of the firmament and then the picture of the Earth's land. So it's the moon map, right?
I
But-
always see. Yeah.
I don't
Go
know
ahead.
if you subscribe to that at all, Hartman.
No, I don't. But I always think of
Beggars.
it orange. I think of the orange.
An orange.
Yeah.
Like, you see the navel though? That's
Yeah, the
base
navel
back.
from
Yeah,
orange.
right there in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not actually
This
in the
looks
middle
so
of the moon though. It's like off, right?
Yeah.
That's the handle you lift up the dome for, and you can look at the Earth straight on.
It looks so strange, this thing. Oh,
True
I don't know.
mystery.
Yep. Let's
You
continue.
think of all the history of mankind, we've been trying to figure that out. And there's thousands of different books written about what their ideas are. And it's so cool that we'll never know. I like that.
Yeah.
Like in a flat Earth model, right? All the luminaries are in a circuit above us, but they're obviously moving to 15 degrees per hour, right? Like, so how come you don't ever see like tracers, right? Like if you take a light and you move it any type of speed, you know, and when it's dark, you'll see like a tracer, you know.
Yeah, trail.
It's just not moving fast enough, maybe. Perhaps.
Depending on I see.
It's
what you
moving
mean.
1,000 miles an hour, as far as we know, right?
Yeah, it's moving
Right.
at
So-
over, like, depending on where you are. Yeah, it's moving at.
Well, pretty much. It's you 500 miles, 700 miles. You would if you move a flashlight that much, you'd see the tracer in it, like he says, like you're the military guy, Vlad. You know when you shoot bullets with tracers.
Oh God, no! Those are. I know what you're saying. They're
We
like
had tracers in ours. Every fifth bullet was a tracer.
Yeah, we had them, especially when we shot the 50 cal. That was fun.
Yeah, ours was a machine gun. We didn't have anything. Machine guns or the 50 cal. That's what it's like. Yeah, have you ever seen tracers before on JJ?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's quite neat. It's every fifth bullet, and you can just follow your line where you're going to hit. I hate beat the guy that tracer's coming towards. Oh fuck, he's zeroing in on me.
Exactly. Yep. That tracer will light your ass up, literally.
That's funny.
It reminds me of Saw. If you hear the shot, it wasn't meant for you, right?
That's not yours.
Maybe the next
I
one.
never heard that one. I like that one.
Yeah.
If you heard it, it wasn't.
He says it like every show.
Well, I
Very
probably didn't listen to it. I mean, I listened to the show, but I just didn't hear it.
Let's go ahead.
You're,
Let's
you're
finish
too
this.
busy with your nose up Dave Weiss's butt.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Well, on my bucket list, I got to meet him. That was one on my bucket list. There you go.
Oh,
yeah.
Put it in your pipe and smoke it.
You're like one of those fanatics at the Justin Bieber concert, you know, passing out in the front row and shit.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember Michael Jackson used to have
Like,
them shits.
You want to get your baby signed, you know?
Yeah, he what you call it? He got he was drinking out of this paper cup and threw it away, and I grabbed it real quick and kept it.
Oh, you gotta sell it on. You gotta sell it on eBay.
No, you got his DNA now,
Oh,
man.
I'm keeping it now.
You
No,
got
no.
Bubble gum.
Yeah. Now you gonna put voodoo on it like I would.
Yeah, voodoo. There.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you need that for voodoo, don't you? You sure do.
You need
And now
that
tell me a
person-
voodoo story right quick. You gotta have one.
Oh, voodoo story, Hartman, man, take it. If you don't take your ass,
You got to have one from your history, not you personally,
yeah,
but you gotta have one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it now.
What is it?
Voodoo
Future
story.
channel.
No, I'm not gonna talk about my voodoo stories now.
Okay, fine.
Stories. But
It's
okay.
okay.
Do I have stories? Yeah, I got stories. Yeah, totally.
You have to with your mom and dad and everything. They gotta have a lot of knowledge.
Oh yeah. And you want to know something? What's crazy is my parents. They're not ones to talk about the supernatural or anything else like that. Or that's just not. It's never been them. And so when they talk about that, they're like, their whole demeanor changes. It's like they don't.
No, you don't. Why? It's like using a Ouija board. Don't do it.
Yeah, right. They're like,
That's the same thing, right?
Yeah, they're like, we don't. Not that we don't mess with it. They're like, yeah, we don't know why that happened, or they may have a reason. Here's the thing. Haiti is one of those places where it's okay. I'm not going to say it's weird or strange, because if you live in Europe, like old Europe, what I mean by old Europe, if you live in like a place like Corsica, or if you live in a place like Toulon in France, if you live in even in the DR, Dominican Republic, Centero, shout out to our brother Centero, okay? But if you live anywhere outside the US, you might have I wouldn't say tales, but you might have a lore that goes with where it is you live. In Haiti, there is a lore of mermaid. They have mermaids in Haiti. Listen.
Okay.
Listen. Don't blame me because they got mermaids. Oh, Vlad, that's a look. I didn't make them, okay? But this is something that you have in Haiti. They call it la sirène. La sirène, or the sirens, or the lady sirens. So they're, why it's like that, I don't know. But there's certain things you can't do in Haiti in the water at certain times. You shouldn't be in certain places in Haiti by the water, like you just shouldn't. Santero, okay, see, Santero, see, I know it's shit. That's why I fuck with you, Santero. See, Santero, no, probably in the DR they got the same fucking thing. It's you see, and exactly same in the Dominican Republic. We got the same thing. You see, it's just I don't know why it's like that. It just is like that.
And then
it's got to be hidden knowledge. It's got to be hidden knowledge too, though. It has to be. I mean, the people from that area know about it, but it doesn't get brought up here. Do they have it in Louisiana?
I bet you they have something. I'm sure they got something in LA. But I don't know what it is in LA. But I know in Haiti, yes, and they even listen. It's so common when my parents were in Haiti that they make little songs about it and stuff. They'd be like, oh, like Mary Had a Little Lamb. They have like the same thing. They have songs that the kids would sing, the school kids would sing about, the lady of the lake or the lady in the water. Don't go messing around. Don't bring your lunch to the ocean with you, because if you bring your lunch and you didn't eat breakfast and you bring it to the crazy shit like that.
That's what Santero just said. You can say something weird shit, you might get taken by the seat.
Taken by the seat, yeah, see?
Yeah, our parents used to tell us to go play on the freeway. Out there they tell you to go play in the sea.
Yes. See, Santero knows, man. Santero knows. That is, yeah. So Maria Lajos. See, okay. So they have in the DR. They share DR shares the same island. If you don't know, they shares the same island as Haiti does, and so much of the lore is like the same. It might have a little bit of a Spanish name to it, and it might have a French name, which is on the Haitian side, but it's basically the same thing. It's the same thing. And then, yeah, Santero knows it's not a joke. It's not stuff that you joke with. So this is why, like, when my parents would tell me these stories as a kid, they didn't like say, oh, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. They sat there and they were like, yeah, this is what happened. And we don't know why or what it is, but they would tell me the story of La Sirène, and kids getting taken. And here's the crazy part. This is where it gets crazy. Kids would go into the ocean. Meanwhile, they're not supposed to be in the ocean, right? But they go in anyway, fucking off. Kids don't listen to their parents. And then after that, they get taken by whatever's in the water. We know it as a mermaid, right? They call it in the DR Maria Lajos. In Haiti, they call it La Sirène. If these things take you, they're not beautiful like fucking King Neptune and Ariel and her sisters and shit like that in the Little Mermaid. No, my parents told me they look like fish people. They look like people with fish face, with fish heads.
Noah.
Like they look just like that. They look like fucking fish. They look like fish that talk to you. And then the thing is they would tell you, like, when they get you, you become like their servant. You become their like a house servant, like a maid or some shit, or a butler. And then it's
Greek
like
mythology, like the sirens and all that.
Well, I don't know if it's
Greek.
I don't know if it's Greek mythology, but when I asked my parents about mermaids, They were like, oh, my mom's like, oh, what's that they call it? And my dad's like, oh, it's La Sirene. She was like, yeah, La Sirene. And then my mom was singing this song, La Sirene. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And I didn't pay attention to the song. But it's real because like the Haitian people on the island, it was like, look, don't be in the water at this time. Don't be doing this, don't be doing that. So some people that got scooped up by the La Sirene, here's what's crazy, and I was going into that here a little bit ago, is they would take the kids or whoever was in the water, right? You become their servant. And then the thing is if you want that child back, you have to do like a ritual. You have to do a prayer, or you have to like fast and do a prayer and give like food to the water and stuff. You basically have to show respect. You know what I'm saying? To the water and to the those that run the water, those that, you know what I'm saying? It's, I don't know how else to say it. Like, you have to show reverence. Like,
those who rule the water, you know.
Yes.
I get it.
Yes. So it's like because that's not your domain. You understand? It's not where you live. It's not your domain. And so you have to do your thing. You have to do your prayer. A lot of times there is a elder this is why in our community, we respect our elders, because they can do things, they know things, they've seen things, to where you give them that respect. That's why I'm kind of breaking off a little bit. That's why, like, it bugs me when I see people mistreat old people in this society. Like, it blows my mind that we do that. Anyway, so so the village elder would know how to handle the La Sirene and stuff like that. And so they would do what it is they do. However it is they do it. A lot of people call it voodoo, witchcraft, whatever. They're doing something to get the water spirit to unleash, give the baby back, give the child back. A lot of times it's children. And then when the children come back, they're not the same. They're not the same. My mother would tell me about one of her classmates that got scooped up by La Sirene. They got her back. Her mind was fucked up. She was not the same. And then she died. She died like, not that she died like the next day, but she didn't live. She didn't live a fulfilling, normal, because at the time they were teenagers. She didn't live like long like that. From what I remember, she didn't live long at all. And this is what's crazy is I was just asking my mother about it, because I was like, yo, Mom, I was looking at the Little Mermaid, and I was looking at Haley Bailey, the Black Little Mermaid. And I was like, oh, it makes sense, because the Little Mermaid is supposed to be in the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? And people got mad. Oh, it's a Black Little Mermaid. Oh, I was like, it kind of makes sense, because mermaids in the Caribbean should be black, because that's where the black people are. You get them out the Caribbean, whatever, right? And so I was asking my parents, I was like, yo, what do y'all call mermaids? La Mermaid, what? And then, that's when I learned about what it is I'm telling you. Anyway, so yeah, my mom knew this girl that it was her. She died. She got scooped up by one of these things. They ended up getting her out the water. Her mind was fucked up. Like, this is something that Haitians pass down to everybody else. Do not be in the water doing this stuff at this time, because one of these La Sirene is going to come scoop you up. You might not come back. And if you do come back, you might not come back the same. Like, I've heard of people coming back limping, and then they have that limp for the rest of their life. Like, weird shit like that. Like, listen, I don't get it. But one connection that I'm noticing is that in Haiti, they have that, right? They have La Sirene in Haiti. In Guam, they have something, La Tucha. For all you guys that live in the oceanic countries, right? Like the Guams, the Tonga, the Micronesia and stuff like that. They have something called the Tucha. God damn it, I forgot the name. The Tucha Munga Tucha Chunga. Something like that, right? It's basically an island spirit. In Hawaii, you have the Menehune. I think I've spoken about this before. Hawaii, you have Menehune. Guam, you have Tucha Hunga Chunga. And then the thing is if you go like, okay, so if you've never been to Guam, I'm going to kind of explain it to you real fast. Guam is like the poor man's Hawaii, okay? Hawaii is a nice place, right? It's just, to me, it's a little bit crowded. I prefer Guam because it's like Hawaii after the apocalypse, right? Not as many people, real nice place, real cool people, chill and quiet, right? Where Hawaii's cool people, just a little bit louder. Guam, you are exposed more to the woods. So if you were on the road, say you were on Marine Corps Boulevard, right, in Guam. It's just one of like the main strip. It's like the Broadway of Guam, Marine Corps Boulevard, right? If you're on Marine Corps Boulevard, you still have access to outside of what's the populace, right? You have outside of what's the populace is like the jungle. So for all you Marines, sailors, soldiers, airmen, sailors, Space Force, I guess, right? All you guys out there, or if you're from the oceanic countries and you know what it is I'm talking about, you can relate, right? And before you go into the woods, for whatever reason, I don't know why you'd go into the woods. People like to go into the woods in these countries. It's their business. Before you go into the woods, you have to ask for permission. You got to ask, hey, you have to say to the spirits, however which way they do it, hey, can I come in here? I just have to come in here, and my wallet went in there somehow. I don't know. I'm just giving you guys an example, but you have to ask for permission before you do it. And the thing is if you've got white skin, or if you've got more of a lighter shade, if you lack melanin like I do, they pinch you. They pinch all over you. So somebody like you, JJ, or you, Harmon, if you were in the I'm not even going to call them the woods, but if you were going to go into the bush out there in Guam and you didn't ask for permission, they start pinching on you. And then they could get you to where you're disoriented, and then you can't find your way out, but for a long time. Like this is the jungle
Who
spirit.
pitches on you? The people in there, or
no? It's a jungle spirit, man. It's weird.
Oh, okay, I get you. Don't belong in.
Yeah, like Cyber Grunge said, it's cryptids. Yeah, they're cryptids. I don't know what they are, but they're the jungle spirits. They're called Chuchamunga something. It starts with a T. If you look it up, Guam jungle spirits, you'll see it. The Tetuamunga, I forget the name. But yeah, like you learn about that, and you learn if you're not from here, you don't go messing in those woods. You don't even go in there.
Yeah, it's like sacred Indian grounds, kind of. Like
yes,
you don't step foot on that shit.
You don't mess with it. Even if you ask for permission.
You're in the Navy and you're out in the middle of the ocean and you guys surface, I'm sure. Isn't it eerie feeling to be out there like you don't belong there? It has to be.
I'll be honest with you, Harmon. Every time we're in the middle of the ocean and we surface and say they open up the hatch, everybody wants to go outside and get some air and look and be like, hey, we could see this. It's the world. Like, that's all we care about. We're not even concerned about what's in the water. We ain't concerned about who's seeing us. We just want to get some fresh air. I'll be honest.
So you didn't ever think like, we don't belong here?
Hell no. Nah. When we came up to surface, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
When we came up to surface, if they made swim call or fish call, like it was like we wanted to come up and everybody just wanted to see the real sun for once. We wanted to see the sun. We were
yeah, it's like an inmate getting to go out to the yard for once.
Yep. Or you could have been one of those people that were off for your watch and you were asleep because it was your time. It was your rotation for sleep, and you didn't get to see the sun. It was like, man, you sleep, dog. Sometimes whoever it was that was sharing your rack would wake you up, be like, hey, man, wake up. Yo, everybody's got swim call right now. You want to see the sun? And sometimes you just be so tired. You're like, nah, man, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Or they might have
that must be something. It must be something to do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't interrupt your story. I just wondered because you were talking about a place, and that who was it? Sarah G in here, I think it said something about the Great Lakes. She goes, "Yeah, you go out to the Great Lakes, it feels like you can get out there, and it just becomes something you don't belong, like the forest."
Yeah, any type of open water like that, even the sound over there in the Carolinas, it gets really windy, and it'll make it look like an ocean out there, and it's not even part of the ocean,
Mm-hmm.
Just enough open area to where that wind just picks those waves up, and if nothing breaks them, they just gain momentum.
Yeah, this
Huge
is wild.
waves.
Now, this is one Santero's talking about called Siguapua in Haiti. I don't know about that. I've heard about the women with the backwards feet. Their feet are backwards. I've heard about that. I've never heard of, but I'm gonna check that out.
It'd be hard to put their foot in their ass that way, though.
Yeah,
Do
right.
they walk,
Put their heel
do they
in your
walk
butt.
backwards? Do they walk backwards?
I don't
or
know,
frontward?
but I know that their feet are backwards. I know about that. I'm gonna check that out. But
what
I'ma
if,
check
what if
that
the
out.
rest of their body was backwards and their feet were right?
Right.
I don't know. But in
I'm
Haiti,
just joking. That
we
was
have
just a joke.
something.
Half full.
We have something called the lugawu. We have the lugawu, which is like the it's a Haitian werewolf. The lugawu. Like I know, look, you know what? Me saying this back to y'all, to a bunch of them white folks that don't know nothing about, y'all probably thinking we crazy. But I'm telling you, look, like you can ask any Haitian person or any person that's from the DR, Santero, right? Ask anybody that's from, or even if you ask a person from Barbados, from Jamaica, from Antigua, from Saint Lucia, you ask these people, it's the same thing. These entities might have a different name, but it's the, I'm telling you, it's the same thing. Hell, even Louisiana might have something. Even Louisiana might have their own thing. But if you check, it's going to be the same thing. Like people going to be like, oh, yeah. Oh, we don't call it that. We call it this. What do y'all call it? You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, oh, we call it Lugawu or you know, the Siguapua, right? And I mean, it's just crazy. But here's the thing. Everybody knows of somebody, or they've seen it and they've experienced it themselves. Everybody from these islands could tell you something crazy about this stuff. This is what I think. And you take for it what you think it is, right? This is what I think, that it's the food. It's the food that we eat now and the food that they eat in those countries. That it's cleaner. The food is so much cleaner that their brain isn't fucked up to where they can't see these things. You understand? Where it doesn't make sense to a brain like ours, probably because of the amount of shit that we've been eating in our food. Plus, you got to think that a lot of these countries where all this crazy stuff is going on, these entities that are coming out and that these people are seeing in they're at home in those places. They're in tune with the trees, they're in tune with the animals, with the fish, with the water, because everything seems to be, even though it's kind of industrialized, it's not industrialized to the point to where they can't live within their element. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, because I was thinking earlier, it seems like all these stories, they come from a place where the temperature is positive for them. So that's why is the climate's right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not going to live up in the frozen north, right, or the frozen south.
That's not true. Because in Norway they have the gnomes. They have something similar as the menehune in Hawaii. So here's in Mexico, you have one, little midgets. I don't know if you could call them that, but whatever. Little midget people. It's like a whole group it's like a spirit of midgets. For all you Mexicans in there, in the foundry, if you know what I'm talking about, please say something. Lord Racer, wherever you at, right? You might know what I'm talking about, but you have these dwarves. They're Mexican. They're like spirits attached to the land in Mexico. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. And in Norway, they have the gnomes. And they do the same. They do like mischief and shit like that. If they don't like you, they're gonna fuck with you. So cyber grunge might know what I'm talking about. Maybe one of you.
What you put in there, Justin put something like, what's that word you put in there? Just
lycanthropy.
Yeah, lycanthropy.
Oh.
It's
Is that
just
like
a werewolf.
dogs?
Yeah, werewolf, dog,
Okay.
whatever. Dog man.
Oh, guess what I just found out yesterday?
What's that?
Literally like 1600s, like 1680s and something like that. They had a massive killing of hanging people that they thought, and this is in the Netherlands, that they thought they were really werewolves. Remember how they used to do witches on the East Coast here? Well,
Right.
in there, they really killed thousands of people saying that they were werewolves.
What?
I did not. I just learned that today or yesterday. Is that crazy?
Wow. Well, Whoa.
They thought they were words. But I'm not saying they were, but they got, they just, the people were believing that that's strong, that they killed him.
Wow. That's crazy. In the Netherlands? I'm going to look that up.
Yeah,
But,
it's All the World's a Stage. You know All the World's a Stage?
mm-hmm.
Channel? Do you know that channel?
No. But
Yeah.
I am going to put that down.
It came from the nursery rhymes. They changed the nursery rhymes. Brothers Grimm and all them. They all changed it to be like the man was the hero. Back then, the women saved themselves. I mean, I thought it was crazy because some of these movies come out and they'll show Red Riding Hood in a darker sense and everything like that. Well, I'm finding out that was the real story. The one we're getting, then they've made it down, watered it down to make it feel like a fairy tale, like, oh, the guy come and save you. And that was all part of the government movement to take over the real stories. I did not know that.
All those stories, they had real meanings behind them. Something actually happened. And then that's exactly what they do. They turned it into a little child's play. It's just for kids and blah, blah, blah.
They made it for the government. Yeah, they made it where the government's rescuing you eventually. And you didn't have to rely on yourself. All the old stories, have you heard this before, JJ, where all the old stories where you were self-efficient and you did it on your own. But the governments actually took over the stories and made it where like you needed the government to protect you.
See, this is why, it's been taking me to a place as of recent, because I've been watching a lot of things have been coming up in my feed about these floods, right? These floods that just fucking happen everywhere in the world, everywhere. They're like, oh, Russia flood, Syria flood, here flood, Australia flood, New York flood, London flood. And I'm like, you want to know something? It brings me back to where, I don't know if you've ever done it, but I think this is a couple of things we need to do. We need to make time capsules, and we all need to make a time capsule. You understand what I'm saying? Like they need to be made. And the reason they need to be made, and it's not so we can dig it up later on. No, I think it's because of these fucking mud floods, man. I think these time capsules that we've been putting, because I know everybody's made a fucking time capsule. I know I ain't the only one. I'm not special, right? So when you make a time capsule, I think it's there to leave for the future generations, because something's going to happen. Somebody needs to come across what this place once was. And I'd go a step further in saying that everybody needs to start documenting what we're experiencing by hand. You can't leave it. You can't leave it on you can't leave it on a computer. You can't leave it on a laptop, because I look at it like this. Say something were to happen, whatever the next generation is, assuming they know how to read, what if they don't know how to make this stuff work? So you can't rely on them figuring out what it is you're saying via this thing. You can't. So everything needs to be down. Huh?
Or you know what? Okay, we keep saying, oh, that's how they communicated, right, on the caves and stuff. What if they had the same train of thought as you? Hey, we need to write this somewhere where the future can read it. So they actually put it on the stone and the rock. Say, well, this will last forever. And so then when we find it, we think, oh, look, this is how they used to communicate. Maybe they're trying to tell you something. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, no, totally. I think they were trying to leave stuff behind for us.
That's their time cap.
Yes,
that's their time cap.
Because you got to look at it like this, right? These in Prague, where they have that, like, I'm looking at that fucking big ass clock in Prague, right? And it is like the world clock. I'm like, they knew something. They knew something was going to go down, or maybe they did. And whether they did or they didn't, they knew something enough to where they made the clock that way. You understand? So if they made the clock that way, they probably left hints behind somehow. Now, I'm also going this far into saying that because you still have things like the Voynich manuscripts, right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Voynich manuscripts, or if you've heard of it. Okay, so
no, I never heard of it.
So if you look into what the Voynich manuscripts, like, there's a lot that they talk about. Hey, Jim Anise, how you doing, sir? We were just talking good about you and showing your stuff off. Shout out to you, sir. So with the Voynich manuscripts, it talks about how actually, we don't know what the fuck it says. That's the crazy thing. It's a fucking book that was found, I think, in like the 17th century, 1600s. And they don't know what the fuck it's saying. They don't know what it's saying. So it comes from a civilization that spoke a language, that wrote in a particular language that nobody knows how to decipher it. Nobody knows about the people know they call it the Voynich manuscripts because of where it was found, who found it and stuff, but they just don't know what it says. Obviously, again, that speaks to a lost civilization. That's going to be us one of these days. So we have to find ways in which to transcribe this up. And honestly, I feel the best way, I feel that they've done this already, kind of like what you guys have mentioned. I feel that they have done this already. And it's up to us now to basically do the same thing. And we need to leave behind a Rosetta Stone for them to find a way, and everybody needs to do it, and we need to agree on it to where people know this is what this is. This is how this sounds.
Where would you leave this time capsule? Where would you leave it?
Harmon,
you better put it high in the air because mud floods lead to being buried.
It's going to be deep, right? It's going to be deep.
So you need to get higher. You need to put it on the top of the rooftop.
Yeah, we need to be putting it on the top of a mountain or something.
Yeah.
My luck would be 2 years after I die, someone finds it and said, "Look at this idiot."
It's okay. It's okay. But I think more of us need to do time capsules because this is something that was big when I was a kid. And I'll go even further to say that it was something bigger when my parents were kids. Right? This is something that grown folks, old folks used to do time capsules all the time. They did it.
Right.
No
all the new buildings built in the 50s, 40s, and stuff like that, and the 60s. Even if you look back at the movie Back in Time, Back to the Future, they were doing time capsules all the time. Every building, when they'd put a time capsule in.
Yes, you put a time capsule because this flood is coming.
They might still do it.
Hey, at the very least, you might be able to get rich off of, burying something that's worth a fortune in the future.
Something.
Just anything from
your
childhood or your parents' childhood. Everything.
They don't do time capsules no more, man. They stopped doing them shits. They just it's just something that people just like, oh, whatever. We need to keep doing time capsules.
I put a link to David Weiss's channel.
Huh?
Oh boy.
I love messing with JJ.
I just puked a little.
I said I'd leave a time capsule with Dave Weiss's link.
Yeah. So I seriously think we need to do time capsules. And here's another thing. I also feel that a lot of these time capsules, not all of them, but a lot of them were dug up and nobody accounted for them. They dug them up. They probably dug up like old time capsules where, they gave it showed off the government and the government was like, all right, cool. They took it and they locked that shit up. Like I could see that. Or they're just in a place where they're so inaccessible that they're lost to time until they're found at the right time. We need to make time capsules.
Let's say if you found a time capsule from before the reset, what would you expect to see or what kind of technology, and would you be able to even use it? Like, would you be intelligent enough to even use it, right? Just like you were saying before, right? Read it, use it, whatever the case may be.
We can't build the pyramid, so it's probably they wouldn't be able to understand our technology like we can't understand the past.
Right. That's a good question. I would assume that depending on how far along they are, we wouldn't.
Right.
Depending on how far along, like you have cyber grunge that says lost civilization was Christ's millennial reign. If we saw something from Christ's time, we wouldn't know.
Right.
We wouldn't know what the hell we're looking at. We'd know that we're looking at something old. And the beef I have with this is that this. We could bring what it is we have to an expert, and then what's going to happen, right? Y'all already know what's going to happen. They're going to take that thing and we'll never fucking see it again. Or we'll never see it in the condition that we saw it in its original state. they will take that thing and they will give us a copy or something, and we'll never see it ever again the way we first saw it. Like, these people are so fucking twisted and no good. But I feel that these time
It's like
capsules
now they take this stuff and hide it in the institutions. Like, I found out years ago, Harvard has this in their library. They have a top tier where it's gated off and locked, and only very few people in the world are even allowed to go up in that. So who knows what they're hiding up there? I mean, you can't. You're not allowed up there. You're just not allowed.
Like the Vatican and shit, you know.
Yes.
Like, and then they claim everything always gets burned down. You know, all these libraries. Yeah, right.
We watched it when they burned Notre Dame recently. Remember a few years ago, and they're burning down because people were figuring something out, and they burned it down.
Yep. Yes, they did. Yes, they were. Which I didn't understand. I was like, it's a fucking stone. It's a stone fucking church. How does that burn down? That doesn't make any sense to me. Or how about the church in Connecticut that just fell to pieces?
Yeah, when you start to figure things out, people are noticing.
Yeah,
somehow powers to be get rid of it.
Yep, it was a huge cathedral in Connecticut just collapsed, and I'm like, what? How?
All of a sudden, it stands all these years, and all of a sudden it just collapses. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Cool story. It just the people have the power to do that. I mean, just a simple thing as the Stonehenge. Not Stonehenge. What was that place called where in North Carolina or South Carolina?
The Georgia Guide.
Georgia Guide.
Yeah. Look how quick it was gone. I know it wasn't huge, but it's no easy task. If you hired you to do it, you're not going to get rid of it in a day. It was gone in a few hours, right, JJ?
Yep. Oh yeah, right in the heat, like all the 2022, right when shit was all, flat Earth was making huge leaps, and it was all timing,
Yeah,
timing
I never thought of that. Yeah, because that's when TikTokers came alive with flat Earth. I mean, it was
there's
a massive.
It's been there a while,
huh?
like 45 years. That it's been there.
82 or something like that.
Oh, 1981, 1982, something, right? Georgia Guide.
Right there. You put it there, yeah.
And then it started garnering a lot more attention than what they anticipated. It started.
Can you imagine to line that up to see that North Star through that? That wasn't just set there. It takes a lot of engineering to get that thing pointed to the north. In my opinion, it would.
Yeah. Well, the most gruesome part about it is this is government property, so this is telling you who your government is, right? You have guide stones over here that is their guide to keeping the population at a 500 million. Like, we're supposed to have 9 billion people, and they're talking about population being at 500 million, right? Written in stone on government property. Like, that's a little problematic, you'd say.
And you want to know
back to nature. And you're not allowed to go in the forest or nature anymore. That was part of it too.
You want to know what's wild also is that if you talk about it, they're going to call you a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
it's like
that just means you're right.
Like that thing was a fucking monument in Georgia that nobody fucked with, and everybody could fucking see it. It was a goddamn monument. How are we conspiracy theorists if we're talking about that monument that you sanctioned to be up there?
It was actually there. This is the 15-minute city thing. I'm going to ask you about this, JJ, and pick your brain. Do you think we could live in 15 cities? They could implement it within 2 months.
Repeat the question.
Okay, 15-minute cities. We've all heard about these 15-minute cities, right?
That's where they lock you down, basically.
Or you're not allowed to go everything you need is going to be inside your 15 minutes. Your doctor, your grocery store, whatever you need. It might not be, like stuff that you just want, but stuff you need.
Right.
And I looked at it and what they did already in a few countries. We think they have to build this new infrastructure to do that. No, it's an electronic grid. 15-minute city. So they put you and you're coded, whatever your credit card, whatever, you got to have a chip that once you go outside this 15 minutes, everything shuts down. You're not allowed to go any farther. And they were showing they already got them all set up throughout the whole world. In the United States, they already got these 15-minute electrical grids set up. Not that's going to hurt you. It's just that like when I cross the bridge here from, I live like 2 miles from Arizona. So when I cross the bridge, right in the very middle, I mean, as soon as I cross, I've walked it too, 5 feet on the other side, and my phone switches over. 5 feet across the bridge, you know, and I go back and work 5 feet the other way, and now I'm back in Nevada. So they've already got the grid set up.
Yep.
And so, can you see that? That's what maybe you knew this already. It was new to me.
Mhm.
Well,
What
I
about
think
chat?
with the Easy Pass, that's like the way in which you're starting to be kind of wrangled in. The Easy Pass, because here in Northern Virginia, there is Easy Pass everywhere. Right
I
next
don't
to
know
the
what that
fucking
is.
Pentagon, there is Easy Pass everywhere. So basically, what they've effectively done is they have made you, if you're taking the fucking shortcuts, not shortcuts, but the faster way to get from point A to point B, they have made you not want to travel because of that Easy Pass.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, if you want to go from Ashburn to Chantilly or Chantilly to Fairfax and Fairfax to goddamn McLean, like that's what they do. They put those fucking, and they're
Tolls? Are
expensive.
they tolls?
Oh, you
Yes.
talk about on the roads. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
you
like
telling me.
Yes.
tolls.
I know what
You
you're
can't go
talking
It's
about.
anywhere. Yeah.
crazy.
It
And
Yes,
is
you
and
can't
crazy.
get
they
there.
discourage you from going anywhere.
Mhm.
That alone right there, they're like, oh man, I gotta eat. I don't want to fucking go take, hell no. I ain't going nowhere. That's how they get you. Yeah. And these things are within like a 20-mile radius. This isn't far, not far at all.
Right. But I'm saying they can shut our car down and everything now. We know that. It's like
Oh
my
yeah.
car won't cross over the bridge. You know, you're not allowed to go. You know where you go. Your social credits aren't good enough. No, you're not allowed to go. So that, I mean, it's already in place.
Oh yeah.
I think we
Yeah.
only have to flip the switch. That's what
That's
I
it.
think.
That's it.
Well,
And you
good
want to
luck
know
on
something?
not having a huge resistance
You
on
want
that.
to know
That's all I'm
something?
saying.
As soon as the people get that wild hair up their ass to have that huge resistance, they flip the switch.
Yeah, but the thing is,
That's when they'll do it.
you're on foot after that. You know,
Yeah.
out here where I live out in the country, you know,
Yeah.
just go to my closest store is 5 miles away.
But
You know, so,
those that they want to be able to take care of business are they're the only ones that are going to be able to have access to automobiles that can move, to vehicles that can do this, that, the third. And then when we're on foot, right, with our little damn 38s and 9 mils and 50 cals or whatever, we're on foot versus the rest of the government, whatever they have in store. Probably a drone, a whole system of fucking drones, a whole swarm of drones, right? Them drones that are dogs and them drones that are people. It's fucking ridiculous what they have at their arsenal to try and throw at us if they feel they need to fucking calm us down. It's crazy, but I already know they got it. They got it, and they're ready to
Oh,
use
yeah.
it.
Could be a fly
Jay,
on the
I
wall.
think,
Yeah,
Jay, I don't
exactly.
think, Jay, that it will. That people will rebel. I mean, they barely sneezed in 2020, and all the tough guys and all those guys all locked it up and said yes, sir.
Yeah,
So
and I think that was a great awakening, though, man. I think a lot of people since then, that was the turning point. You know, I mean, people lost loved ones from inoculations and so on and so forth. A lot's happened, man, and it's
I don't.
very awakening. But
Yep.
humanity will wake up when it's time, man. They have no choice, really, because
Yeah.
it's just a concrete jungle, man. It's unhealthy to not be grounded, to nature, right? When you get in these concrete cities, it's hard to even find ground. It's not asphalt or road or sidewalk or cement. It's just it's very
Yeah, they have a special park in the
unground you.
city where you see grass. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
We're
You're
all
right.
electric circuits, man. Your energy, and you have to. That's why they call it the ground in the first place. It's your grounding, right?
Yeah. But they
But
know how
we
to
live in these. Go ahead.
they know how to keep us out of sorts, man. They know how to keep us out of sorts, but comfortable enough with like trivial bullshit to where we're not going to seek out eating properly, drinking clean water, seeking out this spring water and stuff like that, grounding ourselves, walking barefoot and shit. Like they got us good, man. They got us good and comfortable. Like
Black.
you know how I know they got us comfortable.
Yeah.
People like they're gonna release these Epstein files if they hadn't done so already. Ain't nobody gonna do shit. That's
Yeah,
how I
that-
know. That's
Even if
how I
they
know
did,
we fucking beat
like-
down.
Like even let's say they did release it, right? And then I don't know. I guess there's too many people on it to go with this idea. But like, all they got to do is tell you these people are prosecuted. You know, set up a Hollywood scene where these people are being prosecuted by the full justice of the court of law. You know, and
yeah.
it's like, okay, now does that mean they really are sitting in prison for life?
Yeah,
That
no,
I,
that's not
these
real justice.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not
I
real
honestly
justice.
don't believe that like Jolene Maxwell is even in prison right now.
Oh,
I
I
could
don't
be
think
wrong,
so.
but I don't believe not these
No.
people have no
All
credibility,
this
man.
stuff
I'm
in
sick of it.
mainstream media, I don't believe, like I've been saying forever, I don't believe there ever was any Epstein files that came straight from mainstream media. I don't believe there was any Hillary Clinton laptops.
Of
I mean,
course.
hard files. I don't believe
they're
in
not.
the Destin thing, and I don't believe in the Biden laptop or even Monica Lewinsky had a dress with cum on it. Come on, those are
Fair.
just us. Mainstream
Oh, yeah.
lies. Right, JJ? You're the most skeptic
Yeah,
person I've ever.
absolutely. And once you realize they're all on the same team, then why
Bro.
would they go expose themselves, right? Like,
No,
why would they, you know, whistle blow that, hey, we're raping
These
children over here? Like,
hey,
they wouldn't
these
do that.
kids, these
no minds.
kids go missing. These kids go missing. That shit happens. Oh, when I lived in Kingsland, Georgia, way back in the day. There were so many kids in that area that just went missing. That shit is real. That ain't no fucking joke. And in Baltimore County, that's one of the biggest places in where kids go missing the most.
But
You know
that's
the
not.
worst?
But you can believe that because it's not put out mainstream. You have to search for
Yeah.
that.
Well,
That's not.
that's
yeah,
one of the
that.
biggest problems is that like we have to trust once again the non-credible people. When you find out the biggest trafficker of children are people who are associated with children charities and you know the child
Red
protective
Cross.
services,
Yep.
the people that the people that are there to protect them are the true enemies. It seems.
Yep.
I don't. You know, that's what it seems
JJ,
to me.
do we have orphanages anymore?
I have no idea. I haven't seen one lately.
I haven't seen no.
I bet you we have though, don't we?
I'm sure they exist.
Boys Town in Omaha was like orphanages in the
They
80s
have
and
to exist, you'd imagine.
Right.
yeah, I never
Remember,
thought.
But here's the deal, right? Like they've lied about everything, right? So how are we to even know how many children are missing? You know, like when they're probably the culprits for half of them anyway. You know, I don't. It's just so screwed when it comes to where we have to rely on. We have to rely on the enemy to tell us the truth. It's like an honest liar. Don't make
exactly
moron.
no. Yeah, and what's crazy is there are people that actually believe them. They still believe them. Oh well,
And
I heard it on CNN. Like, oh, they lie.
And it's really dangerous because they are all the alphabet soup, all the three-letter agency. They are the Department of Justice. You know, they are your congressmen. They are everything, right? So they're going to go prosecute themselves. You know, they're going to go investigate themselves.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's what we get.
Right now, that's what you're saying. This is how they covered it. Traditional orphanages no longer exist in America. Instead, children are cared for in the government-funded foster care system.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Trust that.
They took it over.
Yep.
Fucked up.
Just like
oh my God.
Yeah, it's just like kind of like the jails being contracted out to civilians. The government now has hold of these kids.
And then at the end of the day, they own the news networks too, so they get to push whatever narrative at the end of the day, and you know repeat it over and over and over to where people just believe everything.
They're just runaways. They're just runaways.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whatever story they want to
they got caught though. Sheesh, my gosh, that's crazy that they took it. They took the farming system over, calling it what did I say? Calling it the foster homes. Oh my goodness, what a system, huh?
Yeah, you know what's even crazier is that we just learned that, right? Like, how did we not know that already? That's already mind blowing in itself.
We just have to ask ourselves.
Talk about suppressed, you know, like how could you not know that? How could I not know that?
I didn't know that.
You
I ain't
know?
going front.
But it's by design, you know.
Yeah, I think somehow we're programmed somehow not to ask the questions.
Exactly.
Somehow we've been indoctrinated not to ask. It's in your head subconsciously. So that's the first time I ask. I go, you know, they got all these movies with all these orphanages. Well, why they're still orphans? What happened?
The second it becomes notable or like a big problem. All they do is they push narrative after, like psyop after psyop. And tomorrow will be a next Charlie Kirk or the next big storm or the next tragedy. And it's like, it's just the back burner. Everything's swept under the rug with more propaganda, just more propaganda. And we constantly can't stick to, you know, just your
Saddle bump here. Saddleworm says here, yeah, Child Protective Services. Yeah, right. And it says the Amber program. All of them are
exactly. They've all been prosecuted allegedly for
God.
literally trafficking children.
Yeah, you can't trust them, and
You can't trust nobody, man.
Yeah, I don't.
Matter of fact, if you are the one that's supposed to be trusted, that's the least person you should trust, if you ask me.
They'll go to all these drug people or people that's not taking care of their kids or whatever, and they say, "Well, we're taking them from you and putting them in the child protective."
Oh, yep, they're fucked. Those kids are fucked.
They're gone
at that point. Yeah, they're fucked. Yep. You don't even have to be doing drugs. You could just be doing your own thing, and then they're like, "Yeah, we're taking." And you know what?
In 2013, I remember it's a big deal that they were using Facebook. The people who were going collecting the children, what they wanted, if they wanted this and that, they go on the Facebook because everybody's putting their families on there, and they were seeing which kids they want. If you want this kid, type of kid, this kid, and they would go and use that as a shopping list. Jeez. They were using Facebook as a shopping list.
You see,
and they squashed that story quick.
Oh,
isn't that crazy?
Disgusting.
Yeah, if you think about it, that's what you're doing. You're putting them on there for sale. Wow, if you never, it was a big deal when for internet. Don't put your kids on it. Don't put your kids' pictures on. It was a big warnings in the 2000s. Don't do this. Don't do this. And all of a sudden they come out with what was that first one before Facebook? The MySpace. MySpace. And people just started. Oh, my loving kid! Look at it. That she can dance and be in a leotard at 5 years old. Oh my gosh, we just fed the monster, didn't we?
Yeah,
fed the monster.
Man.
Wow. Yep. I'll tell it now. Don't put your kids on the internet. Zero. Not for nothing. Not sharing a family picture.
And this
zero.
This government's talking about getting mad at the damn senator for saying don't obey unlawful orders. I'm just like, man, I'm like, fucking.
You know who that was, right?
Yeah, Mark Kelly, the astronaut.
Yeah. Which one was the one that that guy that you had on earlier, Justin? Which one was he talking to, Scott or Mark, when he asked him about space?
Oh.
Which one did that guy ask? Because that guy you had on earlier went to his speech and asked him about what about bubbles in space. You knew about that, right, Justin?
I'm not. You're talking about the one we watched earlier. With
when Justin Harvey asked which astronaut was it? Was it Scott Kelly or was it Mark Kelly?
I'm not sure.
You remember he's up on stage, he asked him, he says, "What about bubbles in space?" What do you mean? What are you talking about? What about the bubbles in space that we see on the video?
Right.
Do you remember? That's that guy, Justin Harvey, who asked him that.
Yep, that was him, the blonde-headed dude.
Oh, okay.
Recently this year, he went to wherever NASA's land is in Florida, and he went to that county and he wanted to file suit against NASA for lying.
Yeah, I think they said Brevard County. I know there's a NASA right there in Florida. I know they have a spot right there out by Cocoa Beach. Nice.
And anyway, we don't have right. He says it's in your city, it's in your county, it's what you cover. And that guy, he's done a lot of stuff like that. That Justin Harvey guy.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like to be able to be the one to ask whichever Kelly that was, what about bubbles in space?
Well, to me, it's a red flag, to be honest, because I'm a little more vigilant than you there, Harmon, and I have spidey senses, man, and I don't trust these big wigs. If you know their names, it's probably a problem, dude. Okay, there's a big old game that's being a big old wool rug pulled over your eyes, and it's time to wake up. Trust no one. Dude.
This for years until someone brought him up on the stage onto their channel and said, "Hey, can we?"
I'm not saying that I don't like what he's talking about or what he's doing. Just like your Weisses or your Witzits or your Jarens or anybody for that matter.
Weissen with Jaren and Witsit.
All of them are the same.
Wash your mouth out.
Okay, right? Your sergeants, your Hibblers, I don't care, dude. I don't care, man. I don't trust nobody.
Well, you just see this guy for one time, and you didn't. He's not that big a name.
You're
Justin Harvey's not that big a name if you didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I didn't know who I knew who he was by his association with Witsit, and I seen him that one time, or those couple of instances, and I haven't really seen him around the flat Earth that much. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody just dropped a video not too long ago here in this stream of Jaron and Duffy at the Mavericks game. I don't know if you looked at it, but somebody dropped a link and it was Jaron and Duffy like yesterday or something.
Oh.
So they're hanging out, going to
hanging out. Wow,
I don't.
Man,
I don't believe. What you call it? Some flat earther is debating Jaron this Friday. I was watching Mad Men, something like that. Yeah, the guy who used to be Jaron's worker, he used to do all his videos, filings, and stuff like that. I can't remember his name now. Landry. And he was on his channel today. He says that this EWT, I can't remember the flat earther's name, EWT.
They can have it.
A lot.
It just dawned on me when you said Landry. That's the guy who was on a couple times.
Yeah, Landry was the one who did work for Jaron, doing all his video editing and stuff like that.
They can have it, man. They can have all that bullshit. I don't
No,
know.
I'm saying that's just stupid. But anyway, this Justin Harvey, I like him, so I guess that's if I like him, guys in the chat. And Cyber Grunge says, you're right, JJ. If you know their names, it's a distraction. You know what, Cyber Grunge? I think you need to get high.
Here, you need to get high, bruh.
That's probably my. I've never gotten high.
We all know this. That's why we said you need to get high.
Yeah, I've had so many friends try to get me to do everything.
If you ain't done it by now, forget it.
Yeah, but you know what? But I want the original stuff. I don't want this hybrid I want to go back to find the stuff my uncle smoked in the 70s. I might try that because it seemed like that was just the mellow, and that's like say before
the 2000s, man, when like Chronic first came out, that was the sticky icky, you know, that blow anything from the 70s out of the water.
I didn't get to indulge in any.
That was the natural stuff. Chronic's not natural, right?
Chronic's natural, ain't it?
All grown, natural.
Yeah, but they have to put something mixed with it, right?
Not that I'm aware of. It's just how they grow them or whatever. It's seedless too, because it's just
the way that's hybrid. It's not natural.
The ones that come with seeds and them stems be giving you that fucking
best
headache.
Damn weed you'll ever have in your life, man. I'll tell you
but that's the natural stuff. I'm saying if they don't have seeds, you're going to tell me that's natural? It ain't natural.
Nah, so, I agree. They did have some dank ass shit back in the day, like your Tide Sticks and your,
my uncle begged me to send him some hashish. He wanted me to send him. I said, dude, you know how long I'll be in prison?
I didn't mess with it. I was enlisted at the time, so I ain't fuck with it.
He was begging me to send that hashish to him. We had like 6 GIs in jail there. We were told, they're living the base. You know what the search warrant for the Turkish people are?
What?
That submachine gun they carry on a sling point.
Oh God, yeah.
That's their search warrant. And you had GIs that would get in trouble off base and trying to tell the Turkish police you don't have a search warrant.
Oh, God. Like you're in Turkey, man. That gun is their search warrant.
That's what we were told. First one. But you got guys so stupid that they think I'm an American. You can't come into my house in Turkey.
Shit.
And they're probably still in prison, as far as I know.
There's a movie, Harmon, you might have seen it. I think it's called Midnight Run.
Yeah, Midnight Express.
Midnight Express. You seen that movie?
Oh, we're as a training film, we're supposed to watch that before you go to Turkey.
Yeah, okay. Yes. That was an amazing movie. For all you guys that don't know about Turkey, and you don't plan on going, check out Midnight Express. It's an amazing movie. I love that movie.
The last I heard was in the 90s. These 2 girls were in Jerusalem or something like that. And this guy says, "Oh, I got these new vans and these people want it over there in Turkey." And so the 2 girls took this new Volkswagen van and drove it into Turkey. Well, they pulled off the lid of this Volkswagen van. It was completely covered with whatever drug it was.
Oh, my God.
they're still in jail. Well, they probably died in jail. It's been that long ago. When they got caught, it was in the 70s. When both were big. Yeah. So that was a deal. It never made real mainstream. Have you heard that one, JJ?
So those girls,
me of
they
that
weren't part of that
Chong,
drug.
though.
They weren't part of that drug thing. They were just trying to get a ride.
Well, they were just they got paid to take a van to.
Yeah, didn't Cheech and Chong write a movie about that where the whole van was made out of synthetic weed?
They got a weed and then they burned it.
Yeah,
Up in Smoke. Was that Up in Smoke? I think?
Up in Smoke.
Yeah,
I think it was Up in
Yeah,
Smoke.
these guys, no, but not their top wasn't made. They peeled back the top, and there was a compartment in the roof where they had stored all the drugs.
I got you.
Yeah, and of course they tried to say we didn't, and they didn't know. They didn't know what they were taking. They were just taking. They thought they were lucky. Of course, pretty girls. They were beautiful, and so they get there and they think, "Oh, this man just wants to help us," and so we take and drive this van back to Turkey, and next thing you know, they're in prison for the rest of their life.
Shit.
What do you do? At least they weren't in Thailand where they kill you, right? I don't understand these countries. When did marijuana become illegal in all these countries? Because I know it wasn't made illegal till like 1934 in our country. You had people doing marijuana daily before that.
Well, I know here in the U.S. before it got illegal elsewhere. I know here in the U.S. around the 30s, like 1937, 1938.
34. It became illegal in 1934.
Okay, yeah. So in the 30s, it became illegal, but it was because of some dumb shit, man. Fucking Mexicans, black people were the only ones that were really smoking it. But they kind of, that's what they were trying to say. But they were trying to say, oh, it's because they're smoking it and they're getting your little white girls to smoke it, and they're gonna get them to listen to jazz and have sex. And I'm like, oh,
the gateway drug, man.
Yeah.
This is okay. Prohibition was done away with in 1931 or something like that, and all this people had no job. They turned around and made in the same organization, just changed their name from the prohibition to whatever they did and called it against the drugs, against marijuana and stuff. So the same people who were doing the prohibition now are doing marijuana.
Right.
And so that's why Hollywood had such a problem. You had Robert Mitchum, you had all these great actors back then. They smoked marijuana every day, right? Well, when they made it illegal in 1932 or 3 when they did, well, they're not going to stop smoking it.
No.
And so all of a sudden they got all these Hollywood people mixed in on that. That's the news I read. I don't know if that makes any sense to you.
I feel like there's always alternative motives behind everything these people do. And with that being said, I think that it's more of a turf war, right? They're the biggest drug dealers on the plane, dude, when it comes to big pharma, right? So if they can, if people are out buying weed and they're all content with, smoking natural reefer, then that's a problem for their turf when they want to sell drugs. The war on drugs is just a turf war because they're the drug dealers.
It's
I forgot to tell JJ. Yeah, the main thing was Big Pharma took their lobbyists and got it. They're the ones who made it illegal because they knew it was medicinal properties, and that was their thing. And I did a study, and I made it up that let's take Big Pharma and let's take the cartels. Let's just take the Colombian cartel and their structure. They got the guy who runs it, the big CEO, and you got everybody else underneath it, the distributors, you got the doctors, you got the law enforcement, which is our law enforcement. They call it with their guns. Ours is structured. The Big Pharma is structured just like the cartels.
It is. It is the cartel. All of Congress. They're just in disguise, but they are no different, dude. They're gangsters, dude. These are gangsters.
Yep, that's what
they look like your grandma. They look all innocent, but they're not. They definitely work for a mafiosis entity.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you that's why marijuana was made illegal because Big Pharma had lobbied to get made illegal.
Yeah, they want their hands in on it. They'll make it municipal or something to where they can benefit.
Hey, Vlad, it's 1:30 on your side. I'm going to take off. JJ, I might see you on Jim Anus' show. I don't know. But Vlad, thank you very much and get some rest.
Yes, sir. I got to get rest because right now we are 4.5 hours deep in the rabbit hole right now. And I got to get my black ass out the rabbit hole and into the shower so I could go to bed. So, Harmon, shout out to you. Thank you for having you, sir. Thank you for having Thank you for
Appreciate
being
you,
here.
Harmon.
Hey,
Appreciate
yeah.
you, bud.
So no doubt, JJ. Thanks for being here, man. So you going to be on tomorrow? What's up?
Probably Wednesday. I'm just so damn busy. I can't even find time right now, which is a good thing because you know, you got to pay the bills.
Yeah. Nah, I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you, man. I feel you. I feel you.
So I think Wednesday or Thursday, probably Thursday actually. Yeah, I'd say Thursday for
Thursday.
sure.
Okay.
I got
Okay.
Thursday off, so
Okay. And I think I might be
which
on
is
Friday.
Thanksgiving, huh? That's Thanksgiving.
Thursday is Thanksgiving, yes. And if you celebrate it, I could see, yeah, you do your
Yeah,
thing.
my family's all far away, so I don't really celebrate it too much either. So I
Yeah.
might
Oh,
just stream Thursday.
I'm gonna be around my family. Yeah, I'm gonna be with my family, and then but before I do, I know I'm gonna be helping out at either the Elks Lodge or the freaking American Legion. So I want to do that first before I get with them.
Heck
So
yeah, brother. Well, I appreciate you, man. Mad love,
yeah,
and apologies to anybody if I offended anybody in the chat earlier at the beginning. You know, I mean, I know
is
ill
what
will, man. You know, I'm
yeah.
a lover, brother, and I just trying to unite us, and you have to divide to unite, unfortunately. So
Hey,
the
you know what,
circumstance that
man? We have
we're
to,
up
you know what?
against.
Yeah, I totally feel you, man.
We just got to act
We
like adults and use our heads, man, and
yes, and we
stay
need to
vigilant
be,
and work together, man.
yep,
You know, we're
always
all we
being
got,
honest
brother.
with
We're
each
all
other.
we got.
That's right.
Much
We're
love to
always
everybody in the chat. We appreciate you guys being here and look forward to the next endeavor. Much love, guys.
much love, JJ. Thanks for being here, bro.
You bet, bro.
All right, man. Peace. So, well, it's just us chickens, y'all. It's just us chickens. And yeah, man. Yo, before we get up out of here, what I wanted to do was I wanted to drop in here for you the OWRS app. Please donate. Phase 2. This is the Hours app, Phase 2, guys. Please donate. There it is. That is the Hours, Phase 2. I am sending it your way. Donate, please. There it is. There it is. The Hours app, please donate, Phase 2. Donate to the Hours, Phase 2. Guys, we are $340 away from them starting work. We are almost there, y'all. Guys, we are almost there. It's actually going to be 200 something because I'm going to drop a quick 100 today. I'm telling you, guys, donate to the Hours app so these guys could start work. I'm going to drop 100 today. We're going to be like roughly 230 some odd dollars away. Please donate. That's the link right there. PayPal, donate to the Hours. Phase 2, Phase 2, Phase 2. We're almost there so they could start work. Now, if you weren't here earlier, guys, what we did do was we spoke about the history, and we spoke about losing one of our dearly amazing ones and our loved ones, Miss Viola Ford. Yeah, Miss Viola Ford. Yes. Excuse me, Miss Viola Fletcher. Excuse me. She is a survivor of the Tulsa race massacre. And basically, of course, we spoke about race a little bit. We spoke about everything else, but ultimately, as a people, as everyone, this is something that we're concerned about. And basically, in order to stave off the get rid of history monster, or rather to understand where we are, who we are, what we're from, where we're from, all of that craziness, right? The Hours. This is where the Hours comes in. So we can, at least in our way, put this history together, make it all make sense. You know what I'm saying? So please donate to the Hours. There it is. We are in Phase 2 of the Hours. Phase 1 is up. We've got the displays and everything else to give. But Phase 2, these guys, once they start working on it, if we could get Phase 2 getting started and worked on now, they could start work now, and then we can have something by the beginning of January to where I can show everybody what we've got and what we can put in our hands. It's going to be amazing. But we got to donate, y'all. Please donate to the Hours Phase 2. Let's make this thing happen. And shout out to everybody in the chat that grinned and bared it all. It was a little bit tough and rough in the beginning, but that's good. We like tough and rough, man. It's not always going to be rainbows and sunshines in the foundry. A a lot of times when we talk honest with each other, and it's not always the best discussions, but these are discussions that need to be had. I honestly believe that if we as people had more of these discussions honestly, and we held this type of talk between ourselves honestly, we could get so much further, so much more further as people, right? Doesn't matter where you're from, but as long as we have the honest dialogue and we see where the other person is coming from and we're honest with each other, there's room for growth and there's room to change. But if you're not going to have that talk, if you're not going to make that leap, it's not going to happen, and we're going to remain stagnant. And the problems that you had in the past will be the same problems you have in the future. You understand? Old problems will be those new problems will be the same as the old problems. So really, that's what that boils down to. But I think we did a fair enough job today, and I really look forward to exercising these things, man. This is like getting, I don't know if you guys get massages, I don't know if you guys get freaking rubbed on and shit, but you know how it is. If you hadn't had a massage, like they got to a point at one time where I hadn't had a massage in over 15 years, and then I got a massage and it hurt like a motherfucker. Like everything hurt. But it wasn't until I kept getting those massages and I kept getting those hands put on me so they can knead them damn knots out my dang muscles, and everything was tight. But the more I did it, the more massages I got, the less pain that there was in it from that initial massage that I got. Does that make any sense? I hope that makes sense, because I just want this stuff to be honest, and I want it to be real, and I want it to where it comes out, it makes sense. The only way we could do that is to be real with each other, man. It's to be upfront with each other. The stuff will eventually make sense. You know what I'm saying? And if you guys kind of go back in time in this video and you see what it was we were talking about, and you just give it an honest assessment. All you have to do is give it an honest assessment. You'll see that this Hours app is very important. Now, of course, I'm going to be impartial to it, and I'm going to say, yeah, you know, the Hours app is important because it's our app. We're building it. Yes, of course, I'd say that. But if there's one thing that we need, it's our history. We need to know where it is we come from. We need to know who it is we are, where it is we come from, why it is we do what we do, why it is we think the way we think. You know what I'm saying? And really, that's all that it is, man. I've been talking too much. I don't want to talk no more, man. I'm over here talking y'all's head off, but I appreciate y'all. And shout out to everybody in the Foundry and everybody outside the Foundry. And I'm going to drop that in there one more time, y'all. Y'all, please go ahead and donate to the Hours. I appreciate everybody in the Foundry and outside the Foundry. Y'all know who y'all are. And shout out to you. And I wish you nothing but the best. I'm going to leave y'all with my blessing. I wish y'all nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom, family. Be wise. These days are getting crazy. These people are getting crazy. But at the end of the day, just like JJ said, man, we all we got. So let's stick by one another. Let's love one another. Let's talk with our neighbors, right? Because they're there. And yeah, man, I'll see y'all on the next one. And with that, family, I love y'all. I'm out. Let's get some Jefferson's action going on here. Peace. Please. The Hours, it's right there. Go ahead and donate. I love y'all, fam. See y'all on Friday.
Yes, we're moving on up to